This is your reality check.
Welcome to The Reality Check, the Canadian show that explores a wide variety of controversies and curiosities using science and critical thinking. I am producer Pat, long-time no-talk checkers. For new listeners, I was a part of this show along with my wife Christina for many years. We stepped back from the show about a year ago, but we've remained close with Adam and Darren and are still part of the TRC family. Actually, that's probably the best part of having done the show, the friendships we made. Not only with Adam and Darren, but with Elan and Dina and John and everyone involved in the show. And then there are the people who came on as guests. Many became friends. There were house parties at Dr. Ken Milne's house, Dr. Stuart Farrimond coming to stay with us here in Toronto twice, and even launching his sister podcast together. Christina and I had virtual drinks with Dr. Stuart Farrimond and his lovely wife, Grace. And it's that last friendship that brings me back on the show today. Sadly, we recently got word that Stuart passed away at the age of 43. Stuart was a medical doctor who had a brain cancer diagnosis at age 25. His treatment and side effects meant that he had to stop practicing medicine. Stuart then reinvented himself as a food science expert. Appearing on countless television and radio shows, he later became a best-selling author of science education books. Longtime listeners will know that Stu was on the show many, many times, and today as a tribute, we're running a lot of those appearances. So buckle up, checkers. This is going to be a long one. And so with that, I turn you over to the funny, the thoughtful, the brilliant Dr. Stuart Farrimond. You'll hear that he sometimes shared incredibly personal moments with us, all in the name of science. He was truly a joy to know. Rest in peace, my friend. You will be dearly missed.
Specializing in food science, Dr. Stuart Farrimond is a former medical doctor turned science and medical writer, presenter, and educator. He makes regular appearances on British TV, on radio, and at public events, and his writing appears in national and international publications, including The Independent, The Daily Mail, and New Scientist. He is the author of the book Science of Cooking, Every Question Answered to Perfect Your Cooking, and his brand new book is called Spice, Understand the Science of Spice, Create Exciting New Blends, and Revolutionize Your Cooking. That's the North American title. The UK title is The Science of Spice, Understand Flavor Connections and Revolutionize Your Cooking. Now, last time Stu was here, he told us about the science of perfecting mac and cheese. And today, Dr. Stu tells us how to use science and skeptical thinking to cook the perfect roast turkey.
Stuart, before you start, I have to ask, your new book. I just wanted to know if there's anything of particular interest that surprised you in putting that book together, because I love spices, and we often make Indian food. And
yeah, so the first one was The Science of Cooking, which was all about cooking in general. And this one, which has now just been released in North America, it's focusing obviously on spices. And they're these things that we often put in our cupboard and we don't really know what to do with them. We've maybe got one recipe and we get out sort of whatever it is, your cumin or your coriander, your paprika or your saffron or whatever it is, and then you use it, but you don't have any confidence in what to actually do with it after that. So you buy some coriander seeds, you use them once, and you think, well, what on earth do I do with them now? And it's about unwrapping that and going, actually, I don't need to be scared of these things. If I can understand the science of what gives them their flavor and how to get the best flavor out of them, I can then start to play around with them and use them in my own cooking. And so in the book, I put together a periodic table of spices, which is a bit of a gimmick. But it does kind of work. The whole idea is that rather than just following the recipes, you look at what gives spices their flavors, and the things that give foods their flavors are called flavor compounds. These are molecules that have aromas that imbue food with its flavor, and lots of different spices share these flavor compounds, and lots of different spices have very unique ones. And if you chart all the different flavor compounds in each different spices, you can kind of predict which spices go with which and what kind of flavors it's going to have. And so I've kind of done that and grouped all the spices into different categories and discovered lots of exciting, interesting things about spices along the way. And there's loads of great recipes in there. And we also got in some writers from around the world to put together different recipes for regional blends in different parts of the world.
Oh, that's very cool.
So I've been having a great time just going through all those, making different spice blends from, I think I've done an Iraq spice blend. That's really good. So yeah, so there's I'm really proud of it. I think it's a great book. But I've discovered loads of really cool stuff. There are some fascinating spices. Saffron. You guys ever use saffron?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah,
Not very often, but only when I've made rice.
You say, of course. I say never.
It's
Probably
more expensive than gasoline, I think, right?
Yeah, it's expensive.
It's pretty expensive. And when you find out what it actually comes from, you realise why it is so expensive. So what it is...
You have to fight the monks for the robe and then grade it? Is that the issue?
Pretty much, and have it wept on by fairies, almost, yeah. They comes from the little bits that collect the pollen that come from a crocus flower. Now, each flower only produces 3 of these little strands. It's the very tip of those strands that has all the flavour in it that the pollen would sit on. And to get enough of those tiny little red bits to make, say, an ounce of it, you would need 6,000 flowers. And just to get an ounce, it takes 12 hours of work. And they've got to go out first thing in the morning before the sun comes up, so the crocus flower is still closed up. So then they pick all the flowers, and they get them out, they open them, and they separate them, and they sieve them, and to get all the rubbish out of them, and they collect all these tiny, tiny little bits. So yeah, 1 ounce takes 12 hours of work and 6,000 flowers. And that is why it's really expensive.
Well, in retrospect, Stuart, we probably should have had you just on to talk about spices.
I know.
But tell us about turkeys.
That's our ploy to have him back, right?
Do you use saffron when you're cooking the perfect turkey?
Oh, you could do. That's a really good idea. No, I don't. Now, turkeys, it's kind of around Thanksgiving time now, isn't it? It's you guys have already celebrated it, have I got that right?
Right.
Yes,
Right.
it's coming up in the States.
Okay, yeah. We don't do it over here, but we do love our turkeys, and especially around Christmas time. But turkey, it's one of those obligatory things that you have to have around Christmas time and this time of the year. But it always tastes so dry. Is this something that we all agree on?
Agreed.
And everybody has their own theories as to how do they roast the perfect turkey so it's moist and succulent, and Grandma's got her technique and she does it every year and it always works. But no matter what you seem to do, it always seems to have this dry texture. And this is the problem with turkey. The problem is that it tastes dry. Did you ever watch the movie National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was my favourite movie as a kid. There's a scene with a turkey, and it's been in there all day, and then they get the knife and cut into it, and it explodes. And there's a tiny dry little morsel left inside. But even if you cook turkey really well, it does taste dry. But that's not really because of the moisture. The sensation of moisture on our tongue is actually due to fat more than it is due to water itself. And the reason why turkey breast meat especially tastes dry is because it's got so little fat in it. So you can have all the moisture in the world in it, but when you eat it, you just don't get that nice kind of succulent mouth sensation that you get with other meats. So that is the intrinsic problem that you have with turkey. Also, it being a very big bird, generally speaking, it's very easy to overcook. Because the amount of time you've got to put it in for to get the whole thing cooked means that the outside could well have been completely overcooked by the time all of it's been done. But so the problem that we have is that turkey is intrinsically a bland, dry-tasting bird.
And yet we keep making it every year.
I know. And also, I mean, you can look at it from the sort of the kind of the animal kind of welfare kind of side of things, is that these birds that we're getting, they're bred to be just huge and bulky, and they never would have existed in nature. It takes, if you were to hatch a turkey, say in October, it would be by Christmas time it would be 11 pounds, 5 kilograms. So these things grow fast. So they're not very old. So literally, they're just meat machines. So they haven't really used their muscles very much. They're not well worked. It's all quite sad, really.
Yeah, sounds like the perfect turkey shouldn't exist.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Heritage, if you go for like heritage breeds. So chickens, for example, in the last 50 years, the size of chickens has gone up fourfold. And the same thing has been happening with turkeys. It's not genetic engineering. It's just breeding, selective breeding of getting the best, the fattest ones and breeding with the fattest ones, etc., etc., etc. So how can we get the best out of our turkey? You can go for a heritage breed, a slower growing variety, which will have more flavour in it. It's likely to be very hard to get hold of and very expensive. So, but if you are going to go for turkey, you'll hear lots of things. Some people will say, "Oh, I always baste my turkey. That always makes sure it keeps all the moisture in." Some people say, "Oh, I brine it." Some people say it's also the roasting tin. Some people have turkey timers that they say help them. Many of these things don't help at all. And this is one of the things why I love food science so much, because it allows the skeptic to have a think logically about the things that you're told and actually assess it for yourself. And because you can do it yourself in the kitchen and you can think about it and you can test things out, it's the kind of the perfect stomping ground for any kind of skeptic. So if you take basting, for example, now basting is that thing where when it's cooking, you get the juices from that come off the meat and
the drippings.
And the drippings, you can drizzle it over again. Is that something that you guys do?
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
My mom used to do that, so hence I do it.
And why did your mum say that it was a good thing to do?
For the exact reason that you're probably going to tell me it's not, just to keep the bird moist.
Absolutely, yeah. But if you think about it, how does that work? If you get that liquid and you pour it over, if you look at it, most of it just dribbles off the side, doesn't it?
Right.
I mean, you're spooning and you're trying to get it to stay in there, but it doesn't because it keeps coming off the side. And that's because it can't soak into the muscle. As the meat is muscle, as it's been cooking, it's been shrinking down and squeezing out all the moisture that's in it. And you getting a spoonful of liquid and pouring it over the top is going to make no difference to actually getting the moisture back into it again. What you are actually doing is that when you pick up that liquid and you pour it over, the oils that you're drizzling over, they are helping the surface to essentially fry, to crisp up. So it would be very similar if you got a bottle of oil out and you started drizzling that over at the end. You would help the outside crisp, but you're not actually adding any liquid back into it. And if you do head-to-head testing, where basted and non-basted, you'll find that the ones that are basted actually have less moisture than the ones that aren't basted. So it doesn't add moisture to it, but it just makes the outside nice and brown and crispy. So that's the reason to do it, but don't do it for the reasons that you've been told to do it. Brining, is that something that you guys ever do?
Sure.
No, I did it once and I didn't really find a discernible difference.
It's really complicated, though. Like, you have to find something big enough to hold the turkey with the salt and the water and the...
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I think it's something that is done on your side of the Atlantic a lot more than it is done over here, because when I started looking into it, you find so many guides online and people swear by doing it this way and that way, and I don't know anybody over here who's ever brined a turkey. But yeah, absolutely, you get a big bucket of salty water and you brine your turkey in it and you're supposed to leave it there a day or more, and the science behind it, the principle is that you're putting it in salty water. And most recipes are between 3 and 6% salt solution, and that's more salty than the saltiness of the meat. So the science of what's going on is that the salt goes from the water into the muscle itself. It's drawn into the muscle, and as those salt ions, essentially the salt atoms, go in to the muscle itself, it pulls the liquid with it, and it kind of bulks it up. That's it's process called osmosis, which you might remember that from school days. But essentially, the science is sound. It does make sense that if you were to put something into a salty liquid, then the water will get sucked into it. In reality, though, and Christina, as you have discovered, doesn't do very much. A turkey is a great big bird. To get that water to seep slowly into the bulk of the meat takes an incredibly long time. And by the time it's done, you're probably not going to notice very much anyway, because when you cook it, you're losing a lot of that moisture anyway. If you do brine, yes, the science shows us that you do end up with more liquid in the bird than if you hadn't brined it, but it's a lot of effort, and actually you're diminishing the flavour because that liquid that you're getting in there doesn't have any flavour with it. And people say you can add in kind of lemon or other kind of things that add into it, but those flavour molecules don't make it into the muscle fibres, into the meat itself anyway. So you can bulk it up a little bit, but you're not doing very much.
Yes, Stuart, kind of related. I'm wondering if this is a thing that makes sense. So sometimes my wife finds the ham is too salty, so she'll boil it for a while to kind of, you boil it in non-salted water to draw out the salt. Does that make sense, or is that not working on a scale that would work, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely right. The whole principle is that salt will move from a place where it's of high concentration to a place of its low concentration. And so exactly. So if you've got salty ham, you put it into water and you boil it. Some of the salt will essentially leach out into the liquid. You pull the liquid away and you've got a less salty ham. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, I felt subjectively that it tasted less salty, but I thought maybe that was just in my mind. So it's good to know that that's really working and totally legit.
Yes, it is. I mean, how much is actually drawn out depends on, how long you boil it for. You'd have to kind of do one with and one without to see what difference it makes. But yes, the science behind that is absolutely right. Yeah. So brining, does make a difference slight difference in terms of the amount of moisture that's in it, but really you're not going to notice a difference in the flavour because the flavour isn't really about the moisture in the first place. You can buy self-basting birds or enhanced turkeys. Can you buy these? Do you see these? These self-basting birds?
Is that like a butterball? Like what is it based it in?
We don't get it very much over here because there are laws about what you're allowed to do with meat in the EU.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
it might be an American thing.
Store, yeah.
Maybe it is. You can buy self-basting. They're called birds. You can occasionally get them in the UK over here. What they are is they're not really. It frustrates me. It frustrates.
It's a bit of a misleading name.
It's a misleading
Is it like that cow in the Douglas Adams book where it wants you to eat itself?
Yes.
Because, as I've just said, basting doesn't add moisture anyway. So to buy something that is self-basting is saying, I'm getting this thing that's going to add more moisture to its outside, but it doesn't even make sense. But a self-basting bird is one that has had, it's been injected, the outer layers have been injected with liquid or with flavoured liquid. So the idea being is that when you put it in and you roast your turkey, moisture is lost, but it's got some extra liquid in there that's got flavouring added to it, so it doesn't feel like it's as dry as it would have been otherwise. In reality, again, you're not going to make much difference, and any added flavour that you're going to have are going to be from the flavourings that have been injected into that bird. And if you want kind of artificially flavoured turkey, then I guess be my guest. But personally, I just stick with the bird itself. So I would say again, probably best not go for the so-called self-basting birds either. So there are myths. You've got myths around basting, you've got myths around brining, and the whole self-basting bird thing. One of the key things to get right is get it cooked to the right temperature, so you don't overcook it. Because we want to cook it as little as possible, so that we're retaining as much texture as we can, because we know we're fighting an uphill battle with it having so little fat in it anyway. And one thing that you use to test chicken and turkey is you stick a knife in it and see if the liquid comes out red or not. And the running red liquid is generally a good indicator. It's not blood that's coming out. It's a protein called myoglobin, like hemoglobin. It's the same sort of color, but it lives in the muscle itself that carries oxygen around. And if the liquid is coming out and you can see that redness, then it means that protein hasn't been cooked yet. So when it gets to about 60, 65 degrees C, that is when proteins cook. we see that they denature, they unravel, they lose their natural formation, and essentially they're killed.
Are they X proteins, Stuart?
They're X proteins. I like that. So if it's coming out red, then it means that not all the protein has been cooked, and so it's not safe to eat at that point. Sometimes you can be cutting and you can look down and see a bone, and there still looks like a bit of red on the bone. There's still some blood on that bone. Now that can be misleading because that may well still be perfectly well cooked, but that red could be blood itself from the bone. Because these birds are so young, when they're slaughtered, their bones often haven't fully formed, and so you've still got essentially juvenile bones that haven't fully formed yet, and so they've still got the redness in them. So that's actually what you're seeing. So you can't use that as a judge as to whether it's cooked or not. The best thing is to use a thermometer, and to get a thermometer, a digital fast food thermometer, and then you can poke it in, and you put it to the deepest parts of the bird with the meat, and you can check the temperature. Generally, the guidelines, the official guidelines will say something like 70 degrees C, which at that point, to be fair, you've probably completely cooked it to death. So really, I would say go about 65 degrees C, and providing it's been 65 degrees C for 15 minutes, that will mean that the bacteria will have been killed. So
yeah, and you're talking about a turkey, so it's a long. You're cooking it for long, right?
You're cooking it for a long time, yeah, absolutely.
Now, Stuart, when I cut into a rare or medium rare steak and it bleeds red, is that actually blood and hemoglobin, or is it that other molecule you were talking about?
No, that's myoglobin again. That's myoglobin. Yeah. So there is
really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting.
There is no, when you say it's bleeding on the plate, it's not blood at all. It's liquid from the muscle itself that's coming out that has this molecule with it called myoglobin. And the reason we're much more careful with turkeys and chickens than we are with cows is largely to do with how the animal is handled and the size of the animal. So a cow, for example, is a great big animal, and the bacteria on a carcass will be on the outside. And so the steak, for example, very little of it will have been exposed to the outside world, so very little of it will have had the potential to have been contaminated.
So the searing kills the bacteria on the exposed surface, and the inside is assumed to be safe. Is that kind of the idea?
Absolutely right. You make sure everything on the outside is cooked, what is inside is safe. The problem with poultry is that they're often really badly handled there, and the conditions that they're in, there's often bird feces and all sorts of horrible nastiness that's going on, and so you just can't be sure that bacteria haven't been able to burrow their way fairly deep inside the meat itself, and so you have to be super careful with your chicken. Which is another reason why it's good to kind of think about the welfare of the birds that you're getting, where you get your meat from, because actually you're also looking after yourself and your own health. So there's some general sort of myths that have been busted in terms of cooking it well. Bigger is not necessarily better. If you've got a lot of people to feed, it's better to go for 2 medium-sized turkeys or 2 small turkeys rather than 1 really big one, because of just general physics, is that it takes a long time for heat to move through solid muscle. And so by the time that the inside is cooked, the outside will have been completely overcooked. And so the best thing to do is to use 2 smaller turkeys rather than 1 big one. And the other thing that makes cooking, roasting a whole turkey or roasting a whole chicken quite difficult is that there are different meats. And on the bird, you've got the breast meat and you've got the leg meat, and they cook at different rates. And also, the breast is big and bulky, and the bony wings and the legs are quite small, and also heat can transfer along down the bones, which means that those areas that have bones sticking to them can cook faster than the other areas. And so you've got a whole medley of different kind of meats in here that you're trying to cook all perfectly at the same time, and then you get it out at the end, and there's no wonder that some of it is pretty kind of overcooked by the time you get it. The best thing to do is to either break it up into different portions and cook them all separately. So put them all on a roasting pan, and cook them all separately, and then you'll be able to pick out the bits that are done first and leave the longer cooking bits in for longer. Or you don't really want to do that because, you know, you're not having the whole kind of beautiful turkey thing going on. You can do what's called spatchcocking it, which is you cut it down its backbone, you splay it out, and you basically make it lay flat. And then still doesn't look quite as pretty as the whole thing altogether, but the heat doesn't have to penetrate right the way deep into the core, of that breast. It doesn't have as far to go. So it's all going to be cooked more evenly. You're not going to have this whole difference between the outside and the inside, the outside being overcooked and the inside only just being cooked. It will all be more evenly done. So they are some tricks for you to try to help it so that it's all cooked at pretty much evenly.
Now, Stuart, what about deep frying turkey? I've heard of people using a large fryer to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a very good way of doing it. The problem with being in the oven is that the oven is a really lousy way to cook food. You're putting your chicken or whatever it is into this dry, arid condition. You're essentially putting it into like a desert, and dry air transmits heat very, very badly, very slowly. And you know this, similarly, if you're on a hot, humid day, it feels so much more worse than if it's a hot, dry day. Heat transfers through moist air much better than it does through dry air. So if you actually deep fry it, oil is fantastic for transferring heat, which is why we fry, which is why we put oil on our frying pans, because you're actually making it super, super easy for the heat to go from the metal of the pan into your food. You're providing this liquid layer that the heat can move through straight away. You put your whole turkey into oil, the heat's going to go in really, really quickly. You're not going to have any dehydration going on because there's no evaporation going on. And actually, you're going to cook it quite quickly and you're going to have a moist bird left at the end of it. So yeah, deep frying is good, but it's not good for the heart, obviously, because you've kind of got a very rather unhealthy deep fried outer coating. But yeah, absolutely. Good thing to do. But there are some tips here for you. If you don't brine, it's much better to add season a rub on the outside. So you can be salted, or you can put some flavors, some herbs on the outside of it, because it's the same thing about marinating. People think that if you marinate a meat overnight, you're actually helping flavor be soaked into the middle. Which is completely utter rubbish, because the flavor itself won't penetrate more than a few millimeters inside, no matter how long you leave it soaking in your marinade. All that you're doing is if you marinate meat, for example, for a long period of time, the acids in the marinade that you're adding there are essentially just going to they denature, they cook, essentially, they soften the very outer layers. So you're actually kind of part cooking the outer layers, but you're not actually infusing the flavor very deep into it. So in a similar sort of way, just rub some flavors on the outside. And here's a nice little tip for you, is that if you're going to do that, if you're going to add some salt, and maybe some salt and some pepper and maybe some garlic salt or something, whatever it is that you like on the outside, sprinkle some baking powder on there as well.
Yes, why is that? I saw that in your show notes.
Why is that indeed, Christina? Yes, there's a couple of good reasons why. One is the thing that makes the outside of meat and many foods in particular taste so good is there's a reaction going on called the Maillard reaction.
I know what that is.
Yeah, or the Browning reaction. Yeah, it comes up time and time again in food science, and it's this reaction that goes on between broken down proteins and trace amounts of sugar that are in meats. They react together when it gets to above 140 degrees C. They clash together, and you get these wonderful these fantastic cooked meat flavors, and all the brown and all the tastiness is from that chemical reaction, which we say is one reaction, but is actually hundreds of different reactions that are going on to produce these flavor compounds, these fantastic substances. So if you add baking powder, the Maillard reaction is slowed down in acidic conditions and is sped up in alkaline conditions. So if you add baking powder, which is an alkaline substance, onto the bird, you're increasing the pH and making it less acidic. And so you're accelerating this browning reaction. So you're kind of supercharging the browning outside of the bird itself. And the other thing is, if there's any acidity there as well, the acidity will react with the alkali of the baking soda that you're adding on there. They react together, and you get carbon dioxide gas being produced. And those bubbles of carbon dioxide kind of help to puff up the skin a little bit. So you're getting two things: you're getting enhanced browning, and you're getting a bit of extra puffiness that's happening to the skin. So there's a great little tip for you. And if you want to get it nice and brown at the end, then you crank the heat up for the last 15-20 minutes, up to as high as it will go, because you need the outside to get well above 140 degrees C, ideally 150, 160 degrees C, for it to get really brown and crispy. So there's some good little tips for you.
So I went from, I don't know if I'm ever going to eat chicken or turkey again, to, I got to try that baking powder tip.
We're slaves.
Baking powder doesn't have feelings.
Sounds delish.
Welcome back to the Reality Check, Dr. Stuart Farrimond.
It's a pleasure to be with you guys again.
Sir, we have so many questions for you today, but maybe first you could tell us a little bit about yourself. How is it that a medical doctor changes paths and decides to become a science educator specializing in, of all things, food science?
Yes, a very strange and windy road that has led me to this place. The story is not particularly jolly one. I was originally working as a medical doctor, what is now 12 years ago. And at the time I was working in a hospital doing general kind of hospital medicine jobs. And I was diagnosed at that time with a brain tumor or a brain cancer, which meant that I had to have surgery to have the tumor removed. It's a malignancy, it's a cancer. So it's not a curative thing, but a very slow growing kind of tumor called a glioma. It was removed and I tried going back to work, but the surgery left me with epilepsy. So I wasn't able, I tried going back to work, but I suffered a lot with fatigue and I was having seizures. Wow. And so it wasn't going to work. So that's what forced me to step out from medicine and to step down from that. And I then took about 12 months or something to get into teaching. I kind of went into a teaching job, a lecturing job for 16 to 19-year-olds doing a health and social care study course, which is generally for 16-year-olds who don't like conventional school and they want to do a more kind of a vocational course. And this was, of course, at a local college. And it was generally girls who wanted to go into nursing or midwifery or something along those kind of healthcare professional type lines. And I was tasked with the job of teaching them the boring science stuff. And this is where I fell in love with the whole science communication thing. And it dawned on me that these 16, 17, 18-year-old girls, they didn't like science at all. They thought it was boring and dull. And B, what they thought they knew about science, they didn't really know very well at all. And C, actually, by just explaining it to them in terms that they understand and that everybody can understand, they get it, because science isn't really something that's all that complicated once you get past the terminology and the jargon. And if you just take that jargon away and put it into terms people can understand, it makes sense and it's interesting, fascinating. And I kind of fell in love with it. And then from that, I fell into doing all sorts of weird things. It was television originally that got me into doing things outside of the classroom, from a very random blog article that I'd written on a board summer day working in the college when there were no students there. I was bored and decided I was going to go down in my lunch breaks to the science lab and do some silly scientific experiments on biscuit dunking or cookie dunking. Biscuit dunking is a big thing for British people, to get your biscuit and dunk it in your cup of tea when you're having your 11 o'clock tea break or whatever. And so doing a sort of a silly science thing of which biscuit is the best for dunking. So I did that, and I recorded a video of myself doing it, all very tongue-in-cheek, and it got picked up by a BBC TV production company who wanted to do some science on biscuits, and I filled in this little 5-minute slot looking very geeky in a science lab, doing experiments on cookies in pots of water. And then when you end up doing one thing on the TV or the radio, you become, I guess, a safe pair of hands, or that you've got something, you got something done. And so people come to you and they say, oh, we've got this science thing. Could you come and do this? And so I did lots of biscuits related things to begin with, and then diversified out into other things, into various sort of food science areas, and sort of built up my expertise from there. And then ended up writing books, and so here I am, all about food science. And
I think you're being a bit humble, though, Stuart. I don't think that they would have you back if you weren't good at it, right?
well, now you say it, yes. I love it. I actually really love doing TV and media stuff, because it's a way in which you can reach it's much bigger than your classroom. Mm-hmm. You can talk to so many people. I love the radio especially, because it's just you and a microphone, and there's no real stress there. You don't have a camera staring at you and stuff like that. You don't have to care about what you look like. So I just love it. It's just really great fun. And book writing is pretty cool as well. So I'm really, really lucky with so many things. Unfortunately, the tumour is returning, is growing slowly, and so in the next 2 or 3 months, I'm looking at going through a round of treatments with surgery and radiotherapy and chemotherapy.
Wow.
So that's going to be, I've done surgery before, but this is a whole new thing with radiotherapy and chemotherapy. So again, really sort of bringing everything into perspective in a very real way. So that's where I'm at. So watch this space. Who knows what the next part of the journey will be. So you've got a raft of questions for me. So
a raft of questions.
Should we try and go quick fire and see how many I can get through?
Absolutely.
Yes. So we'll condense the questions for the sake of time, but let's start with the checker named Paul. He wrote in, we've all heard that song in elementary school behind closed doors, beans, beans, the musical fruit, or beans, beans, they're good for your heart. I'm wondering exactly what's in the beans that causes gas. I've been told that if you boil them longer, it'll make them not so gassy. Is that true? If you cook beans longer, will that make them less gassy? And what is the chemical reaction that causes them to be gassy in the first place?
Yes, beans. Yes, they have a poor reputation, don't they?
Yes.
Beans, yes, I like beans. But a little bit of history for you. They were what's called the poor man's meat. And that's because in the US Great Depression, it was the cheapest, most affordable form of protein that you could get. But beans are super healthy for you. Loads of great nutrients, B vitamins, all sorts of good stuff. But they make you fart, especially if you don't have them very often. And that is because the bacteria, the bugs in our gut, specifically in the large bowel, which is the last bit of our intestines, that's where all these bugs live. There's about 1.5 kilos of bacteria that are living in our gut.
Wow,
and
that's a lot.
It's a lot. And every day they produce something in the region of about a pint of gas, so from about 700 mils of gas to up to about 1.5 litres of gas are produced every day. And it just sort of, what they're doing is that they're chewing on the things that we can't eat. So the fibre that's in our food, everything that isn't digested by the time it gets to the last part of the bowel, the large intestine, the bacteria go, ooh, is this food for me? Maybe it is. And so the fibre gets chewed by the bacteria. And as a kind of a thank you gift for the food that you've given them, they produce this lovely gas, which can be quite aromatic. So if you change your diet quite dramatically, and you have loads of fibre all of a sudden, and beans are a great source of fibre, then you're going to cause an overgrowth of these bacteria. They're going to go crazy. They're going to go, wow, there's loads of this great food. And so these gas-producing bacteria will overgrow and produce all this excess gas, which will make you fart. The other thing about beans is there's a particular fiber in them that is particularly conducive to gas, called oligosaccharides. And that's a particular thing that's quite in high levels in beans. And so you can do things to reduce the gassiness of your beans if you like. Boiling them for longer won't really make much difference to the amount of oligosaccharides that are in it. But if you get your beans and you boil them and then you throw the water away, that will get rid of some of the oligosaccharides. And so that will reduce the amount of fartage that the beans will cause. The other thing is if you soak your beans, which you don't have to do, a lot of cooks say you've got to soak your beans, you've got to soak them overnight. Most beans, you don't have to soak, they just take a bit longer to cook. If you do soak the beans, then you throw the water away, then that will also help reduce the gas problem that you have with your beans. The one thing that I would say about soaking beans and whether or not you shouldn't soak them is that kidney beans, you must make sure that kidney beans are cooked all the way through. So they contain a poison in them called phytohemagglutinin. And if you don't either soak them really well the night before, throw away the water, and then cook them properly, or you slow cook them, you don't get them to above 100 degrees C for a good period of time, then raw kidney beans, undercooked kidney beans can be dangerous.
Wow.
I've never heard that.
All right, Stuart, when I told Paul you were coming on the show and that we'd ask you his bean question, he sent another question about drinking water. In particular, bottled water. He wrote, the prescription for nutritional healing recommends drinking distilled water, saying once consumed, steam distilled water leaches inorganic material that have been rejected by the cells and tissues out of the body, and that only steam distilled water should be consumed. He writes that other people have told him that steam distilled water is bad for you because it has no minerals in it. And then he goes on to say, I used to try and drink distilled water as much as I could. However, my doctor told me that as long as it's from my tap and that his tap is safe, then his organs should do fine in filtering out the bad stuff in the water you drink. Since you plan on having food scientist Dr. Stuart Farrimond on the show, would you also please ask him this question?
You have asked this question. Yes, a good question. I've been trying to make sense of that instruction from the prescription for nutritional healing. It doesn't make any sense to me about steam distilled water, leaching chemicals. Essentially, there's a lot of pseudoscience surrounding water and distilling water and the right way in which you should purify your water. The bottom line is that your doctor is about right. Tap water is pretty much very safe if you live in the UK, if you live in the States, and I'm pretty sure in Canada as well. And so the stuff that comes out of your tap is perfectly fine. When it comes to distilling water, and this document says steam distilled water, that means basically, you're getting the water, you're boiling it, you're collecting the steam, and then that steam, you're letting it condense into water, and then that is what you're drinking. And that's a good way of purifying water, of getting rid of most stuff from it. So you'll get rid of bacteria, you get rid of a lot of the metals that might be in it, and you'll get rid of all the salts and the minerals that are in it. So it means that the small amounts of minerals that are in the water, and there are things like calcium, magnesium, there's a sodium, potassium, essentially whatever the water has flown through, whatever rocks it's filtered through on its way to eventually getting to your tap. It picks up tiny traces of these things, but they're all essentially gone if you steam distill your water. Now, this is where the controversy comes in, because some people will say that if you take all that out of the water, then you're lacking that in your diet, and so you're putting yourself at risk of having a lack of minerals. In reality, the levels are so low, it makes barely any difference at all. Although on a kind of a population scale, on a worldwide basis, the World Health Organization have previously advised that it's good not to demineralize water, not to take those minerals out, because when you're talking about a whole world of people, then actually making sure people get enough minerals in their diet does make sense, and it can make very subtle differences. So there is some evidence to show that people who live in a hard water area, that's water where you know if you get kind of limescale building up on around your plug holes and your taps, that's because you've got a lot of dissolved, often calcium that's in it, that's in the water. The people who drink hard water tend to have better health outcomes than people who have softer water. There is a link with reduced rates of cardiovascular disease, so heart problems, and childhood fractures. These are all kind of quite small, marginal differences. The bottom line is that it doesn't matter a big way, one way or the other, whether you have distilled water or non-distilled water. The body is very good at coping. Generally speaking, water that has some minerals in it is probably better for you, and also it will taste okay. When you have distilled water, it generally tastes pretty rubbish, which is why. So if you go to a store and you get a bottle of water, I know there's one brand called Smart Water, or at least over here, how it's produced is it's made from distilled water. It comes from the drinks manufacturers who probably about 10, 15 or so years ago, they were thinking, right, we've got all this equipment here that purifies water for making our soft drinks and for making our coffee. What can we do with it? We can sell water. And so using the distilled water, they bottle it up. But because it tastes so awful, they have to add some minerals back into it that they've stripped out from the distilling process just to make it taste okay. So when you go and you get your bottle of Smart Water or whatever it is from the shop, if it's not spring water or mineral water, then it's probably distilled water that's had the minerals stripped out of it, put back in again, so it tastes okay.
Interesting.
So it doesn't make a lot of difference, but I would probably say don't bother steam distilling. Really, it's probably not worth it.
So the one thing that I'll say, Stuart, is that yes, generally speaking, in Canada, we have clean water that you can drink from your tap. We do, however, have an issue with some Aboriginal communities where they do not have clean drinking water, just because people have written about it in the past, and so I don't want to make that sweeping generalization.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, steam distilling is a fantastic way of making your water safe to drink. So if you have any sensible concerns about the water that you're drinking, then it's a good thing to do to purify it or to distill it in some way. But for most of us who have regulated tap water, there really is nothing to be worried about.
Okay, so I have an opinion about the following question from Checker Dan, but I'll read his question first. I've often heard it said that you should keep your knives sharp because a sharp knife is safer than a dull one. The explanation given is that you have to push harder with a dull knife so you're more likely to slip. I have to say, Stuart, I'm on the dull knife is worse than a sharp knife camp. But he goes on to say he's cut himself a couple of times. It's always been with a sharp knife. He's seen others who've cut themselves, and what he usually hears is something like, I didn't realize the knife was that sharp. He's never heard anyone say, that knife was so dull I had to push too hard and it slipped. So he's just wondering if there's any data, studies, reports, or if this has just been repeated so many times that people think it's true.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I'm probably with him on the whole idea that how on earth can a dull knife cause you nasty cut injuries? And it's quite hard, as you would expect, to find any kind of data that looks at this other than the anecdotes from chefs who say it's more dangerous if you don't have a sharp knife. So the truth is that if you use a knife regularly, so you are a butcher, a chef, somebody who works in any kind of culinary area that handles a lot of knives, does a lot of cooking, the sharp knife is safe because it means you have to make fewer cuts. There's less strain on your wrist muscles and on your hands. It means that you're going to make fewer errors, and so you're less likely to injure yourself. For most of us mere mortals who don't do a lot of cooking, there isn't a lot in it. I've had a good look to try and find any kind of research that's looked at the instance of cutting injuries and the sharpness of the knife. It's very difficult to find, but I found a couple of studies, and I guess we'll put them up in the show notes. And there is a study that shows that injuries in pork processing plants are more likely to happen after the workers have sharpened their knives.
Oh.
Interesting.
So, and I kind of, I would resonate with that experience, in that sometimes if I pick up a knife and I look at it and I go, "Ooh, is that sharp?" And you can sort of foolishly feel the blade and go, "Ooh, okay, that's a bit sharp." But the study itself doesn't try to explain it. It says it admits it can't explain why it is that there's this association. It's a very strong association between accidents after knife sharpening, because in those processing plants, the sharpeners, they're often, I believe, above head height. And so it may well be that the fact of you're having to move the knife around quite a lot to sharpen the knife, and it's the whole action of then coming back to your work area when you cut yourself, or not. We just don't know. But for home cooking situations, there has been some research done looking at how non-chefs handle knives of different materials and different sharpnesses, and they found that actually it doesn't seem to make much difference. We're all not that good with our knives, not that proficient with our knives, so we use about the same amount of force when we use our knife, whether it's sharp or whether it's blunt. And when it's really sharp, we don't really use any fewer cuts than if it was quite blunt. So it doesn't make much difference. The theory behind it is that when the cutting edge of the knife gets blunt, no longer is that very fine edge, almost like the peak on a mountain, able to cut into the whatever it is you're putting into the meat, rather than sliding in between individual cells or tearing the fibers apart and sliding down and splitting the food apart. It's rounded. The edge is rounded, so it's pushing on it, and so rather than slicing and paring apart the food, it's crushing it. And so I guess if it's really blunt, it's almost like a skier sliding down the side rather than cutting into it. And I guess we've all had that. If you get a tomato, and
yes,
you're
I was
going to
say tomatoes are my worst enemy with a dull knife.
It slides off the side. And this is the reason why serrated edge knives are really good for things that are smooth, like peppers, like tomatoes, like bread, where the surface is very smooth. There's very little for the edge to catch on to make that first cut in, that first incision in, so that the rest of the blade can then slide in and split it apart. But when you're using serrated edge, each of those scalloped kind of curves, each of those is an individual, kind of like a little knife. It's a little point. And so what happens is that the movement that you make with a serrated knife is different. It's forwards and backwards rather than down. And so what happens is as you pull it towards you, the pointy downy bit catches on the smooth surface. And then once one of those points is in, the rest of the blade follows in, and you've got that first break in the surface, and the rest of the blade can slide in. So serrated knives.
Is that the technical description, the pointy downy bit?
The pointy downy. Yes, it is. You heard it here first. Yes, the pointy downy bit. The sharp bit. So yeah, there's the kind of some of the science behind your knives and your blades. In terms of when the blade goes blunt, one thing that people think that they've got in their kitchen, in their block of knives that they've been given for Christmas or a wedding presents, you've got that rod, that metal rod thing. Yeah, have you got one of those?
Yeah, for sure. It almost looks like a file.
Yeah, have you ever used it?
No.
Yeah, everybody's got one. Nobody's ever used it. What's it called?
I don't know.
idea.
Some people call them sharpening rods, on the mistaken belief that those rods sharpen your blade, but they do not sharpen your blade. They're actually honing rods. And what they do is they straighten out the edge of the blade. So if you can imagine zooming right in to the pointy bit of the blade, is that when you use it over time, that very thin mountain peak-like top of the blade gets bent over. And as it gets bent over, it curves over, you're essentially getting a rounded top. But if you can straighten that curved edge, like it's gone over like a wilted leaf, if you can straighten it back up again, then you got a sharp knife again. And so this is what a honing rod does, or a steel, as some people call it, is that as you scrape the knife down one side, and where it's kind of curved over, just at the very tip, that it knocks it back into line, and so then you've got a sharp pointing edge again. So
That's cool.
You're not sharpening it, you're honing it. What happens over time is that even if you use that regularly, so that you get the end as sharp as possible, the metal will wear down over time, and your honing rod won't make any difference. And at that point, you need to sharpen it, and sharpening involves actually taking away some of the metal from the cutting surface from both sides to form a new point again. And for that, you need a sharpening tool.
So, Stuart, I saw on Facebook that you will be on ITV tomorrow to talk about junk food. I also saw you post a couple hours ago that maybe it got cut and is on the cutting room floor, which is a bit of a bummer. But either way, it seems to be geo-blocked for us here in Canada. So can you give us the scoop? Why can't we resist junk food?
Yes, there is a TV show that's going to be aired tomorrow as we record, although UK listeners will be able to get it. It's on ITV, and it's called The Junk Food Experiment. I was contacted by the production crew quite a while back, 6 or 8 months ago, and they wanted to find out more about the science of junk food and why is it that junk food is so irresistible. So I did a whole load of really fun experiments. They were really good, and so I'm kind of surprised that they haven't included it. And my only conclusion is that they wanted more time on the celebrities and less time on the science, because the program is, we've got a bunch of celebrities and we're going to make them just eat junk food for 3 weeks. 1 week they're just going to eat fried chicken and nothing else. The next week they're going to eat pizza and nothing else. And the next week they're going to eat burgers and nothing else. And see what happens. And they're going to keep video diaries. So it's like Super Size Me, but more selective and on different kinds of food. Right. So yes, we went into a sort of a kitchen lab and did some stuff trying to answer the question of why is quote unquote junk food so irresistible? What is it in burgers, pizza, fried chicken that makes it taste so good? And the answer to that is that it contains the food that we find utterly compelling. It contains fat, sugar, and salt.
Salt, yeah.
3 things that are really important for your health, or that your body craves, that will never, I have not yet found an example of those 3 things happening in the same food in nature.
Oh.
So you get sweet things, you get fruits, you can get honeys, you can get some starchy things that have easy to digest carbohydrates in. You can get salty things. You could have like olives, and you can have fish have salt in them, and you get fat from meats and all sorts of things, but you don't get them together. And so when you put them together, your brain is going, "Oh wow, there's these things that I really like, that I need, that's going to keep me going for a long time. I must have it." And there's the fullness factor is just kind of overridden. We don't get satiated with it because it has these things in which are part of our primal wants. So that's the reason why we find these things utterly compelling. And I was exploring What is it that they do to it to make it really, really irresistible? Is there a bliss point? Is the question of getting all these things just right. And you can find out that if you add sugar to food, if you make things sweeter and sweeter and sweeter, they get nicer and nicer and nicer to a point, and then it gets sickly. If it's with a drink, it tends to be about 11% sucrose sweetness equivalent in a drink. That beyond that, it gets sickly. It's a little bit lower in adults, a little bit higher in kids. And incidentally, the sweetness of Coca-Cola happens to be right on the point, which is optimum for kids. It's the break point of sweetness enjoyment for children, which is kind of interesting. A coincidence, quite possibly.
It's the engineering of food that we crave because of sort of our evolutionary development.
Yes, absolutely. And by combining three very important things into one food, it makes it very difficult to engage those natural, I'm full now, I must stop eating, because absolutely. It's a triple whammy effect. Salt, there is a limit, obviously, to how much salt we can tolerate, and too much salt is very clearly bad for you. It upsets the whole water balance in your body. But you can increase salt considerably in food. It enhances the flavor of things. If you add salt to sweet things, it makes them sweeter. It can reduce the bitterness and the unpleasant flavor elements of food. Both sugar and salt can do that. But the big one is fat. Now, whereas there's a limit to sugar and there is a limit to salt, how much you can put in before it gets unpleasant, with fat, there is no limit. You can keep adding fat and the food gets nicer and nicer and nicer. And so we did this experiment where I made the base of a really simple curry. So just fried up some onions and some garlic and some tomatoes in a frying pan, in a skillet, and with a bit of oil. And we played the game of let's add ingredients. We had some basic spices in there, and so we added a bit of butter, and it tastes a bit better. And then add a bit of sugar and a bit of salt, and that's nice. If you add too much sugar, it doesn't make it overly sweet, but it just makes the whole thing taste a bit better. And you can keep adding butter, and you can keep adding butter, and more and more. And we added to a small frying pan a whole block of butter, wow, which is, what we're talking, 250 grams or something, a whole block. And we were tasting as we went, and it tasted really good. We'd added it all. We kept going, right, let's add a bit more. It's going to be disgusting now. But then you close your eyes and you taste it. Actually, it's really creamy. That's really nice. And when you realise, actually, we got to the end, and it was this. One of the guys said, they said, you should open an Indian restaurant, because it's just like how I have it in a restaurant. And that is the trick. Yeah. The trick that makes it of restaurant quality, if you like. Well, not entirely, but the thing that can differentiate your home cooking from what you have when you go to a takeout or you go to a curry house or something like that is the amount of fat that's in it. It tastes great. It just tastes good. So we kind of showed in this really fun experiment, this is how you make food taste like junk. Keep adding fats, make sure there's plenty of sugar and plenty of salt in there, and you'll find something that is irresistible.
Well, here in North America, Stuart, we store eggs in the fridge. And as I understand, I know you cover this in your book, many Europeans do not. Why is that? What's the distinction?
Interesting and controversial one. You wouldn't believe how opinionated people get over the most irrelevant things, like where do I keep my eggs? It's like having a political debate. People, you either on one side or the other. You either keep your eggs in the fridge or you keep them in the cupboard, and your way is right. In reality, doesn't make a lot of difference. But there is a difference in the general guidance across the Atlantic. In the States, you guys are recommended to keep eggs in the fridge. Whereas in Europe, it's not in the fridge. So if I'm right, if you're going around the shop, your eggs would be in the kind of the chilled cabinet. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in our fridge, yeah.
Whereas over here, it's just on a standard shelf. The reason behind it is, the theory behind it is that by keeping it in the fridge, you reduce the amount of bacteria that can grow in the egg, and so you reduce the chances of food poisoning, and in particular salmonella food poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
In Europe, they have the attitude of, we don't want to keep it in the fridge, because if you keep it in the fridge, condensation can grow on it, and that might encourage the growth of bacteria on the shell, which could then increase the risks of some kind of food poisoning, some kind of contamination to the food as you handle it. The difference in the way the eggs are handled is that in North America, the eggs are cleaned quite aggressively, sometimes with chemical cleaners, and that can strip off the outer cuticle layer of the shell, which can theoretically make it more vulnerable to being contaminated by bacteria getting to the inside of the egg. Whereas in the UK and the EU, they don't do that. And so the thinking is that nothing's going to get in that shell, so don't bother keeping it in the fridge, just keep it in the cupboard, it'll be fine. So that's the difference. In reality, you're talking a marginal difference, and there probably isn't much difference one way or the other. Although, generally speaking, if you want your egg to last longer, keep it in the fridge, because the colder something is, the slower all chemical reactions take place, and so the slower it will take for the egg to degrade over time, so your egg will keep longer if you keep it in the fridge. But if you do keep it in the fridge, don't keep it in the door. Do you guys have the little egg holders in fridge
Yes,
doors?
we do.
Yes.
But we don't keep them. We don't keep eggs in the door.
No, I've yet to find the real story behind why they invented those things. But you shouldn't keep them in the fridge door. They're the worst place to keep them. One, because you're opening and closing it, it's getting banged. And so actually that's going to increase the chance that you're going to weaken the yolk, so that when you open it, when you crack it open, that your yolk's going to split. And also when it's in the door, the temperature of the egg will go up and down quite a lot, which again is not good for growth of bacteria. So don't keep it in the door, put it towards the back of the fridge where it's nice and cool, and you'll have eggs that last a good period of time.
All right, Stuart. So your new book is all about spices, and I bought it for Christina for Christmas. Oh. So tell me, what is a spice, and why do some spices work well together while others not so much?
Okay, what is a spice? It sounds a simple question, but it's more complex than you might expect, like many things that are on this show. A spice, though, the best definition I have come up with, a spice is any part of a plant that is used in small quantities for flavoring that doesn't come from the leaf. Okay, so roots, bark, seeds, sap, any part of the plant that is highly potent in flavor, that you would typically dry. So a spice is typically amenable to drying, whereas anything that is from the leaf you would call a herb or an herb. So leaves are herbs, the rest of the plant is a spice. There are some caveats. So some leaves can kind of fall into both camps. So bay leaves and curry leaves, they're very thick, hardy leaves that actually benefit from being dried. And so for that reason, they're often considered to be a spice or a spice leaf rather than a herb. And you cook the two differently. So herbs, you will add them typically towards the end of cooking. They're more delicate. They don't hold on to their flavor as well. And they don't stand up to drying very well, generally speaking. Why do spices work? Spices are the parts of the plant that it doesn't want to be eaten. Plants don't like being eaten. They're fruits. They're quite happy to have their fruits eaten. They're offering that up to the animals, because the animals are going to eat it and then they're going to poop out the seeds somewhere else in some manure, and then the plant's going to grow somewhere else. But the rest of the plant, they don't really want to be eaten. And so these parts of the plant that we then turn into spices, they're typically loaded with lots of unpleasant tasting toxins and poisons and just chemicals that are in there to taste bad. So you try getting a peppercorn or a whole coriander seed or a cumin seed, and you chew on it, or you get some cinnamon and you chew on a bit of cinnamon bark. It doesn't taste very good.
It does not.
It does not taste very good, and that's because it's not supposed to be. The things that are in there that give it its flavour are actually quite horrible. And there's a whole raft of these different substances in there that we call flavour compounds, because the odd thing is, the strange thing is that as repulsive as these substances are, when you have them in tiny amounts, they kind of miraculously become really nice. So, for example, there is a substance called skatole, Skatole, that is responsible for the smell of poop and manure. It's that horrible thing that you know when somebody's not flushed the loo. The smell of that is because it's chemical. It's horrible. It's universally hated by every living thing, maybe apart from flies. But it's horrible. But in a tiny, tiny microscopic amounts, it's got a floral, almost kind of fruity smell. And so it actually gets added to fragrances. And it has in the past been used as an additive for foods to kind of enhance the fruitiness of a food. And it could be like a yogurt or something that you'll add this to. And this is common to many of the substances that are in spices, that in small quantities they take on these kind of wondrous qualities. That could be a kind of you can have kind of woody, earthy flavors. You can have kind of citrusy flavors, and all these things. And this is what gives spices their characters. The book that I've written is about dissecting that and looking at it from a sciencey point of view of what is it that in these spices that gives them their flavor. And so, okay, that we get that. So this is what it is. And so why do certain spices go together well and others don't? Because up until now, all kind of spice cookery and cuisine has been a case of, it's like a dark art of some cookbook that's been handed down, what your mother told you, and what's been handed down through hundreds of years in many Eastern cuisines, a lot of tradition. But there is some science behind it, as why these spices and why these ingredients go together so well. And what you will find is that when you match up the qualities of the flavor compounds from two different ingredients and two different spices together, they harmonize together very well. And so you can use this science to inform, get spices that work together well. There are no hard and fast rules, other than if you add too much, it will taste bad. So it's about the balance, it's about experimenting, but it's about you understanding what the flavor compounds are in the spice and going, okay, so that's got kind of a green phenol in it that has this kind of this smell to it, and I'd like that in my dish. That's going to go quite well with my stew that I'm making. The other thing that I did was I put together, I realized that with the spices, as I was going through and finding out all the different flavor compounds in the different spices, there were kind of common themes occurring. And so some spices, they all had similar flavor compounds and had similar flavors, and so you can group them together. And I've kind of rather playfully put them into a periodic table of spices.
You did such a great job. That was one of the first things I pointed out to Pat when I cracked the book open. I thought it was brilliant.
It's such a gimmick, isn't it? Such a gimmick, the periodic table of spices. So you've kind of got a group which is predominantly, the flavor is predominated by sweet, warming substances called phenols. And they include things like cinnamon and star anise and licorice and allspice. It's interesting, allspice is actually a spice itself. It's not a combination of spices. Mm-hmm. Did you realise that?
I think I did, but I think it's because I heard it on a podcast, actually.
It's one of those things that everything, allspice, that's just a combination of things like nutmeg and cinnamon, isn't it? No, it's a spice itself. It was called allspice because it was considered to be the ultimate spice at one time. So
it really should be called One Spice.
One Spice, yes. Yes, ultimate spice. So, but for example, and the ones that are in that group, you can swap and change them because the core flavour, the thing that gives it its principal flavour, is similar. You can swap and change. So if you haven't got some anise, for example, you could swap it out for some fennel, and you will get a different flavour because they've got their own unique flavour compound mix. But it will taste similar enough that it will be compatible with whatever it is that your spice blend was that you're trying to work with originally. So that's the science behind it. But I would say that there aren't any definite no-nos. There probably are some. If you were to get some very citrusy spices and get them with some very smoky spices, I've not yet found a combination where they work together well. But it's a case of experimenting, but understanding the principles behind it and not being scared of spices.
Now, when asking someone what some sort of meat tastes like, the answer is more often than not, it tastes like chicken. Why is this?
The reason is that chicken is quite bland. There are two principal types of muscles that you have, both in us and in the meat, the flesh that we eat, and they're called fast twitch and slow twitch. Or you can kind of think of them as being the endurance muscles and the big, strong ones, like your Arnold Schwarzenegger muscles and your marathon runner, Lance Armstrong type skinny muscles. And a chicken, and when we say chicken, we're having this strange bird that we've manipulated over selective breeding for years to have huge breasts, and be completely overly proportioned, and have lots of this, what's called fast twitch muscle, principally on its breast. And those muscles there in the wild were designed for it to flap ity wings. So those muscles are designed for quick, short bursts of movements, in the same way that the big muscles on your bodybuilder, they're designed for short, powerful movements. So chickens have lots of this fast twitch muscle, and the fast twitch muscle doesn't have much flavour to it. It doesn't have much of a substance called heme in it, which gives meat its meaty flavour, unlike, say, beef, which has much more of the endurance type muscles. These slow twitch muscles, they're the ones with lots of flavour in. So chicken has lots of fairly bland muscle in, so it doesn't carry a lot of flavour. It is our frame of reference. But also, interestingly, there have been some researchers who have tried to analyse the genetics or from a flavour perspective of meats. And they have concluded that many of the meats that we eat all stem from a chicken flavoured ancestor. So when we have these things like, you say, oh, it tastes, you try a meat you've never had before. Salamander meat. It tastes like chicken. Well, there is some research apparently to show that there was an ancestor in the dim and distant past from which our chickens have come from, that is responsible for the similarity in the meats that we have. And apparently dinosaurs had the same chicken tasting ancestor. So many dinosaurs.
Wow. That's
I will
really
find
cool.
the research paper and we can put it up on the show notes because it's really interesting, but I don't know, I can't take it too seriously.
Right.
That's awesome, Stuart. This was a fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for your time today.
It's a pleasure. I love you guys. Great to chat with you. Always really love to come on the show with you guys. A two-parter. The first part is I was going to answer a question that somebody sent to the Reality Check Facebook page and tagged me in it, asking a food sciencey question. And the question was, I don't have the exact wording, but it was something along the lines of, I discovered some French fries that had fallen under the seat in my car, and they've been there for ages, and they've not gone mouldy. Why is that? So, yes, it's a great question, and you're not the first person to have asked this question. And actually, junk food or fast food has a habit of turning up in strange places, very old, having not rotten. There are actually many instances of this. If you go online, you can look for something like the world's oldest Big Mac meal, and you'll find examples of 6-year-old, 12-year-old, and even 20-year-old Big Mac meals that sometimes they've been bought deliberately and saved. Most of the time, they've just been bought and put in a coat pocket or something, and then years later it gets discovered.
Oh my gosh.
Let's just enjoy that coat that someone has, that they've been carrying around a Big Mac for 4 years.
Hey, I've worn this coat since 96, or was this in my pocket? I've been saving that for later. Yes, and they tend to end up online. Well, they tend to end up online, but often you'll see these pictures online if somebody discovers it and they look at it and they go, unbelievable, it looks just like how it was when I bought it. And cue Twitter storm of people saying, that's because it's McDonald's and they pump it full of preservatives and so it's not really food and so it will never rot. Everybody gets on the bandwagon, but that is not the case. That's not the reason why it hasn't gone mouldy, because you could do it with your own burger, you could do it with your own fries, and the key to it not rotting is keeping it dry. So the reason why something will rot, it will go mouldy, is because microbes can grow on the surface of the food. In order for microbes to grow, you need water, you need an environment that isn't too acidic or too alkaline, and you need food, and you need oxygen. It's got the food, it's got the oxygen, but the lack of moisture means that it just won't rot. And so it dries out, the bread goes stale, the meat just dries out. Unless it happens if you have very thick hamburgers, they will go mouldy because they don't dry out fast enough before the microbes stop growing. So essentially it dries out and you preserved it in the same way that you might dry out any kind of meat product as a way to preserve it. So that is what's going on. They will taste horrible, although you're welcome to try them. But there's nothing about preservatives in them that's causing it for them to not to rot or decay. It's just a simple matter of moisture.
Now, Stuart, I wonder if weather could be a factor in some of these cases. Now, I have a 2-year-old, so I definitely have nuggets and fries and all sorts of fruit and stuff that ends up in the bottom of my car. Mm-hmm. But usually if it's in winter, I don't even think about it because it's frozen. It's below the point of freezing most of the time. So the stuff just kind of freezes and doesn't stink, and it's only in the spring or summer with specific foods, mostly bananas, because I hate bananas. They can be a real smell problem. So if something froze, is that more likely to sort of dry out before it could possibly mold, or do you think that's really a factor at all? Well,
the temperature will affect the humidity in the air, but it's more a case of the actual temperature itself, because you put something in the fridge or in the freezer because you're stopping the microbes from growing, you're helping it to live longer. So if it's really cold, then they can't grow. The colder the temperature is, the slower all chemical reactions take place. And so by cooling it down, you're also slowing down the chemical reactions that power microbes. And so essentially they're going to slow motion. And so, they won't grow in time before it dries out. So it's the temperature,
So in Canada, our burgers will last even longer in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. You are ideal place in the world to drop your hamburgers in the footwell of your car. So I've done the experiment myself. I was intrigued as to find out whether it was true, and so I did get hamburgers and fries and put them in different containers. One container I just put it straight in there, kept it dry, and the other one I just put a little bit of moisture in there, and I left it for a few days. And after I think it was 3 or 4 days, I do have photographic evidence somewhere. The dry one was perfectly fine, but the one when there was a bit of moisture in the container had sprouted into some sort of fungal, disgusting, super smelly, horrible thing. So it was literally just a case of the moisture.
And these were McDonald's hamburgers, or did you make them yourself?
These were McDonald's hamburgers. Did them.
really the conditions make all the difference here.
The conditions, yes. Some people have done it, made their own burgers and used their own buns and things, and exactly the same result, whether it's fast food or whether it's not. So my other one that I wanted to chat about was about onions and why onions make you cry when you chop them. I know we wanted to chat about this previously, but we ran out of time. Now, guys, do you have any techniques for stopping crying when you chop onions?
I've heard of two things. Number one, freezing the onions, and number two, cutting them under running water.
What I do the Gordon Ramsay method, which is the part of the onion that has the root. Yeah. You cut the onion in half through the root, and then you peel the outer layer, and then you chop it that way. And I have not experienced any issues with my eyes really crying unless there's onion hanging around since I've done that method. I can't remember why, but I remember the reasoning behind it seemed logical to me at the time.
I don't cut onions a lot, but I do something similar to what Christina does. I usually take it from the fridge, maybe it's warmed up a bit, cut it in half, and then just cut that in half. And I find as long as my face isn't too close to the onion, I'm generally okay.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of things, and I don't really do any of them, and I don't always have a problem. But one, in the past week, I did cut an onion, and it did affect my eyes. And as my eyes started to hurt, my son, who's 5 months old, who was like 4 feet away, maybe, started crying, and I was like, is he just like hungry or tired and crying like babies always do, or was I just like a really bad dad who got onion juice in my baby's eyes somehow? So much to say, no, I don't do anything. I just cry it out. I just
classic
feel it,
Adam reply.
I just feel it.
Just meander.
I slaved, and my tears are in this spaghetti sauce.
Okay, so there's you've got some not too bad techniques there. There are some really silly ones out there. There's ones where you can put a spoon in your mouth. You can put a ball of bread under your top lip.
Right.
Apparently you could put a match up your nose.
like a lit match?
Well, you just take 2 spoons and cover your eyes.
We should start our own silly one and see how far it goes on the internet.
The reason why we cry when we chop onions is because it's part of the onion's defense mechanism, and that it doesn't want to be eaten. Fruits and vegetables, the ones that don't want to be eaten, normally put something in place so that animals don't eat them. So potatoes, for example, if they come above surface and they get exposed to the sun, they go greenish, and then they produce a poison at the same time under the skin, so that animals will think twice about eating them. And onions, they have a kind of a built-in anti-eating device. It's a bit like one of those dye packs that you get in the movies with the money bags when they the robbers, they get the goodies, they rip it open, and then they get sprayed with tear gas or whatever it is that they've got in there. The same way with onions. Inside it, they're loaded up with enzymes and lots of substances in there that contain sulfur. And when you break the cell wall, inside the individual cells of the onion, there are little bubbles called vacuoles that store different substances in. And the enzymes and the sulfur containing molecules, the vacuoles burst, they come together, and a chain of reactions happens so that a substance called lacrimatory factor is released. It's got a very long scientific name, but it gets called LF, or lacrimatory factor. And that is a gas, it's a vapor. It quickly disperses into the air. When it hits our eyes, it irritates our eyes. And then when we cry, the tears react with the lacrimatory factor and produce a sulfur-containing acid. So almost kind of like getting sulfuric acid in your eyes. And so you're getting a very irritating acid in your eyes. You cry, it makes it worse, it gets more and more painful. And then you put your fingers in your eyes to rub the tears out, and it gets even worse because you've got all onion juices on your fingers. And that's because of this very clever, ingenious defense mechanism.
Now, that seems like a very human-centric way of stopping it. I mean, I don't think a dog's gonna rub its face with the onion hands, and he's not chopping with a knife or anything like that. So, in the wild, does this also apply if an animal sort of breaks it with their teeth or claws or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So you know that if you eat an onion, it has quite a hot flavour to it. It's almost kind of like a burning flavour, and that's because of the same substance. This lacrimatory factor is entering the mouth. It's going up into the nasal cavity, and it's irritating, and so it makes it taste harsh and unpleasant. So we're getting a big waft of it because we're chopping it on a table. But the same thing happens when you eat raw onion and you put it in your mouth. It doesn't taste very good. And so if we didn't cook onions, let's be honest, you probably wouldn't eat them because they don't taste very nice raw. And so the same thing applies with animals. And they have genetically engineered onions so that they're deficient in the enzyme that produces lacrimatory factor. And it loses the harshness, it loses the heat. And instead, the sulfur-containing molecules, they get processed in a different way, and you end up with more of the sweet notes of onion. So it actually changes the whole character of the flavour of the onion, which is good for if you don't want it to make you cry. But at the same time, one of the qualities of onions that we like is that kind of that heat, a bit of a heat to it. So if you change it completely, then shoppers go, actually, this doesn't really taste like an onion anymore. So it's kind of a push me pull me. So yeah, the principle is the same in the wild.
I was thinking when you said that the potato also has some defense mechanisms and how then humanity has easily overcome them. Given how much people love French fries, which we just talked about, and potato chips and many other types of potatoes and how they've helped win wars and so on, like potato has not done well against humans.
I mean, many things, many fruits, vegetables and spices. I think I've chatted about spices with you before. The thing that gives them their flavour and are these defensive compounds designed to stop insects eating them and designed to put off animal predators, if you like. And all these they offer the antioxidants and things that are very rich on the outer surface of fruits and vegetables. They're actually not really there to help us humans, help keep us healthy. They're originally there as a way to put off insects and parasites, and it's often why the healthiest vegetables for us, they taste very bitter, because what we're tasting are these substances that are designed to repel would-be predators.
So, Stuart, were any of our methods at all useful?
Yes.
That was a very evil laugh.
Well, interesting that there is a chap online who's done exhaustively but hands-on testing of all the different techniques. And he's given them, I'll put a link and you can put it in with the show notes. And he gives them rankings out of 1 to 10. And 10 out of 10 for him for the effort of actually doing this. The theory behind the different techniques, so the slicing in half kind of technique, ideally you want to make the fewest cuts possible. You want a very sharp knife because you want to bruise the cells as you slice through them as little as possible to minimize the damage to the onion, so that you minimize the number of these vacuoles that burst, you minimize the number of reactions that take place, so you reduce the amount of sulfur-containing vapors that will be washing up into your eyes. But chopping it through the middle, and if you remove the core itself, it seems to be that the core itself, the very densest part of the onion, that contains lots of these vacuoles that contain these defensive compounds. So if you chop it down the middle and you cut the core out and you put that away, then when you chop the rest of it, there will be less of the noxious vapors coming up. If you chop along the grain rather than across it, you will also reduce the amount of damage and reduce the amount of vapor. You can do things like get a fan and blow a fan away from you so that the gases don't come towards you.
Towards the baby.
That might be it. Maybe the wind was, there was a breeze blowing towards your baby.
There was a window open in front of the. I don't even want to think about this. It's making me sad.
It's just making you sad because of the onions. Now, to be fair, Adam has several children, and he could be staging some experiments with different children at different distances.
This one's from
different distances from the incident, and you'd be like patient zero, and we see how far it spreads.
I'll see what I can do.
Other techniques include a candle. apparently to sort of help, I don't know, blow away the vapors. And the candle, it doesn't work. You can wear goggles. Now, goggles are generally one of the better ways of doing it because you're actually protecting your eyes from any of the vapors. Although the only way it really works is if you get some swimming type goggles, the ones that actually seal around your eyes. Otherwise, they're pretty useless. And if you want ultimate foolproof, then get a nose peg as well so that the vapors can't get up your nose because there's a connection between your tear ducts and your nasal cavity. Underwater.
You said ultimate foolproof. I thought you might have meant just have someone else do it.
Yes, that is the ultimate foolproof. Buy them pre-cut or get somebody else to do them. That's the ultimate foolproof. Underwater is good. Anything that puts barrier between you and the onion itself is good. Freezing or chilling beforehand, that slows down the rate of chemical reactions, and so it reduces how quickly these noxious, horrible substances are produced. So they're all techniques that work. Although, yes, ultimately the best way of doing it is to get somebody else to do the chopping for you.
Right. So, Stuart, just to clarify for the listeners at home, when you say underwater, is it just the onion, or do I also have to be underwater?
With those goggles.
Yeah. Should I be in scuba gear, or should I just do it in the shower? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That would work as well if you wanted to do it underwater, but just the onion underwater. It could be running water. It doesn't have to be running water. Interestingly, other members of the allium plant genus, such as shallot and leek, they will also make your eyes water, but less so. Garlic does not, though. So chopping garlic does not make your eyes water. But shallots, leeks, and chives do. The stronger the tasting the onion, the more of these kind of caustic vapors they're going to produce. That's the thing that gives them their bite in the first place. So they're going to be much more unpleasant to chop. Whereas if you go for a milder variety, then it's going to be less tear-inducing.
Stuart, we had another question that we didn't really have time for, and that was, why do we rest beef or meat, chicken, but we don't do that with fish?
Yes, that's a great question. And there's lots of misconceptions about why we rest meat in the first place. So the reason why you may have heard that you rest meat is to let it relax, to let the muscle fibers relax so that it's less tough when you chop through it and when you eat it. What was the reason why you thought that you had to rest meat?
I've heard the juices, it gets juicier. Basically?
Yeah, so what happens is I remember, the first thing I remember hearing about it was that it was about letting the muscles relax because meat is muscle, and I heard this logic that when we contract our muscles, they get hot and they contract, and in the same way when the muscle of the meat gets hot, it contracts, and so by letting it cool, it relaxes. That's a load of rubbish because you've cooked it, the muscle is no longer functional, it won't do anything anymore, all the proteins have been denatured, they've been destroyed. What is happening though is that there is connective tissue within your cut of meat, and so it will vary from cut to cut the effect that resting it has. Connective tissue are the white sinewy bits that you get in meat. They're inedible, but they give structure and texture to the meat. When you've got a very tough cut of meat, say like a shoulder, some kind of stewing cut or some brisket or something, they're very chewy until you slow cook them because it has to be cooked for a very long period of time before this tough connective tissue breaks down. And when it breaks down, it forms gelatin. And that's what gives slow cooked meat a lovely kind of succulent mouthfeel. It's actually kind of like jello, meaty jello that's giving it all that lovely kind of unctuousness when you eat it. But what happens is if you've got a steak or something, then the connective tissue will shrink somewhat when it's hot, when it's been cooked, and so by relaxing it, by resting it, then you're giving it an opportunity for that connective tissue to just relax a little bit, and the steak will get slightly bigger. Perhaps equally as important, if not more important, is that when you've cooked it, the outside will be very hot, the inside will be less hot, and also there'll be more moisture in the middle, in the very middle, whereas the outside will have dried out relative to the inside. And by letting it rest, all the moisture and in the middle will be allowed to diffuse out, spread out through all of the cut of the meat just a little bit, and the temperature gradient will be able to even out, the temperature will be able to spread more evenly throughout. And when you cut through it, the moisture will have spread out more, and also, as it's cooled, the liquid inside will become more viscous, it'll become more thick. In the same way that gravy, when you let it cool, it thickens up. So essentially inside your meat, you're letting it thicken, you're letting the moisture inside and the cooked proteins and all the substances that are in there thicken, and you're essentially getting an internal gravy that's a bit thicker than if you cut it straight away and lots of fluid comes out. Cutting it early will cause more of the liquid to escape than if you let it rest, and ultimately by letting it rest you get a more tender textured meat. So that's the reason why you'd rest meat. But why don't you do it with fish? The reason with fish is that fish is a much more delicate meat, has hardly any of this connective tissue, so there's no connective tissue really to allow to relax. Yeah, just essentially because it's just not as dense. You don't need to cool it to get the thickening of the gravy effect inside. You don't have as much moisture on the inside. If you've got a whole fish, then there can be some benefit of letting it rest before you cut it. In the same way that if you've got a whole turkey or a whole chicken, really important that you let it rest. Otherwise you'll end up with a very dry outside and a relatively moist inside. And when you cut through it, it'll kind of tear rather than cut nicely. And you might get a similar sort of thing happening with a very large fish. But generally speaking, you don't need to do it just because of the relative densities and connective tissue amount of the meat.
Thanks so much, Stu. And now we turn to Pat for another game of Name That.
All right, here we go with another edition of everyone's favorite mostly guessing game, Name That. Now, the last time we played a game with Stu, he was at a disadvantage because of some of the references. This will be a different game of Name That.
Uh-oh.
Christina, Darren, and Adam, you are on a team, and you are against Stuart.
No!
This goes against my deepest principles.
I love this twist.
You can discuss, vote, argue, whatever, but you have to give me one team answer. Now that seems even more unfair to Stuart, so I've done something to even out the playing field. The TRC crew will always answer first, so Stuart will have the benefit of hearing your discussion and your answer.
Trickery.
Oh yeah, all the questions are about British food
This is
too.
like some
I also saw that coming.
All right, we have 6 questions, no tiebreaker because we won't need one. But if by some miracle the game's tied after 6 questions, we'll end that way. For each question, I'll give you a piece of information. I'll ask you to name that from the choices provided. Question number 1. TRC crew, which British dish could you make with beef, potato, onion, and swede? Swede is what we call rutabaga in North America. A, shepherd's pie. B, steak balmoral. C, toad in the hole. Or D, Cornish pasty.
Oh my god! So the only one I know is shepherd's pie. Steak de dinde patate. So it's not that.
Christina, any insights?
Could you repeat the ingredients again, please? Beef.
Beef, potato, onion, and swede.
The only dish in there that I really know is shepherd's pie, but I've never heard of it being made with rutabaga.
I would just say, let's think about it. There's no pie ingredient, right?
Well, shepherd's pie is not a pie, but maybe they make shepherd's pie different.
I make shepherd's pie all the time, and it's mashed potato, beef, and corn. I'm super tradish with it, but it can be peas, carrots, so who knows?
And in Quebec, a bunch of ketchup on top.
Yeah, but sometimes it actually has like a pie crust of sorts, and sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, I've never had one with a pie
Oh,
crust.
okay, forget it then.
So are we ruling that one out? We're not making much progress here.
Yeah, I know. This is an hour-long show of the podcast.
And the 3 others, I don't know what the words mean. Okay.
I'm saying B or D, but...
How about, Adam, you're fine with D? Although toad in the hole sounds pretty appealing.
I'm a fan of the D.
Okay, we're
I
picking
hope
D.
Stuart is enjoying every moment of this.
So, final answer?
D.
All right. Stuart?
I think they have got it. I think it should be D. Shepherd's pie, as we make it over here, would be mashed potato over a minced meat. And I believe shepherd's pie is normally done with lamb, whereas if it was to be done with beef, you'd call it cottage pie. You could put onion in it, and I've never had swede in it, but it should be a Cornish pasty. And a Cornish pasty is it's like a folded over pie. Historically, miners in Cornwall used it as their pat lunch. That they would take it in there, and on the inside it had the meat, it had the vegetables, and the thinking was that the pastry coating kept the food safe, really, kept it clean. And for a long time, it's been told that they just peeled open the pastry, ate the insides, and then threw the pastry away because it was covered in soot and everything. Although that appears not to be the case, because they've found very old photos which appear to be miners sitting eating the whole thing. So that's a nice bit of urban folklore. So I would say it's a Cornish
dust
pasty.
on it.
With the dust. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, if you're hungry, you're just going to eat it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, so I had an explanation of the answer, but Stuart did a much better job than I ever could, so we'll move on to question number 2.
Does he get an extra half point for that? That was amazing.
Question number 2. TRC crew, what are the main 2 ingredients in bubble and squeak? A, potatoes and carrot. B, potato and cabbage. C, carrot and onion. Or D, potato and cheese.
Bubble and squeak.
Potato and cabbage.
I've never heard of that.
By the way, I've never heard of it either. I'm just guessing potato and
Just
cabbage.
a squeaky noise it would make on your teeth. Like so my squeak and eat cheese. That might just be to throw us off.
What is the least appealing food of all of those choices? We should just pick that one.
So it's the cabbage one.
That sounds like a British thing. Let's go with whatever. Darren, you said potatoes and cabbage?
Cabbage? It was B, I think?
Sure.
Stuart?
Yeah, it's potatoes and cabbage. You got it right
You did it again.
Oh,
Buy some
wow.
food. Now, I don't know the origin of why it's called bubble and squeak, but it's one of those things that you often do with leftovers. So you've got some cabbage and potato left. I don't know why you would, but it's one of those things that you fry up with leftover bits and pieces. So it's kind of one of those, I don't know, you call it peasant food or something, but it tastes really nice.
So far, I'm very impressed, TRC crew.
I'm going to take 80% of that.
Good guessing.
Question number 3. Which of these is the name of a British cake? Plankin, panic, parkin, or panel?
C?
What
You guys
did
feel
you
strongly about this? I have no information, by the way. It's also
no.
a guess.
I'm going to say, like, the word panel suggests something about, like, the shape or configuration of a thing in panels. And maybe that has something to do with
A
it.
panel cake.
I want to say B, and I don't know why. I cannot support my choice with any argument to you guys, but I'm feeling B.
A panic cake?
I don't know.
So we all have different choices we want, and
Yeah.
none of us can articulate why.
I've been right twice in a row. I'm happy to choose whatever. I would pick C on my own, but I'm happy to go with Adam's D or Christina's B.
Panic. I don't know. Why do I think that that's a thing? Panic.
We'll give it to Christina and then just
Yeah.
be mad at her
No,
if it's
because
wrong.
then
Yeah,
I'm
we
going
can
to
go
kick
with B.
myself if I'm wrong.
Something about the sound of it works for me.
Sure.
Okay, let's go with B.
So you've gone with B. Stuart?
Have I won one? It's parking. It's like a ginger cake.
What is it?
So
Parkin.
you should have gone with Darren. It is C. Parkin is a
Would have been
gingerbread
3
cake.
for 3.
Number one,
It's a
Darren.
gingerbread cake made with oatmeal and black treacle. What is black treacle, Stuart?
It's like a molasses, a really deep, dark molasses. It's really it's really strong tasting. I don't know what you would call it over there. Maybe just a really dark molasses. We call it black treacle.
We would call it molasses, yes.
Yeah,
Is it sweet?
very kind of acquired sort of taste, but you just use it in small amounts to give sort of a real kind of kick to food. It's a sort of a ginger sponge cake, like a ginger cake. I think over here we've got a bit of a history of putting ginger into cakes. Often there's Jamaican ginger cake, And I think that's probably a lot to do with the spice trade. And ginger is one of those spices that we had a lot of and kind of dominance over in our horrendous colonial past.
Right.
So yes, it's a Northern English kind of spongy cake thing.
All right, question number 4. Which of the following is not traditionally a part of a full English breakfast? TRC crew, name that. Is it A, bacon, B, mushrooms, C, tomatoes, or D, pancakes?
Well, tomatoes are definitely in there.
Okay, so I think bacon and pancakes are two things that we Canadians associate with breakfast, so it's probably one of those two.
I agree with you.
Because the two weird ones are probably both part of a
I agree with you.
whatever. British breakfast. What do we call it? British breakfast?
When they say like English breakfast, how is it
Full
representative is
English
that?
breakfast.
Yeah, how representative is that when we actually order it and get it here, though? I would say pancake.
Yeah, I'm with Darren on that.
Is there a
one.
reason for which
Pancakes
they wouldn't have pigs a lot in England for some reason? I think they have
No,
pork
they
as
would.
much
They
as anything
would.
else.
I could imagine they're serving sausages more than bacon.
They make sausages, so they gotta.
Bangers.
bangers in the mouth. Yeah, exactly.
Final answer, please.
Pancake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're
Yeah.
picking pancake.
The crew says pancake. Stuart.
Yeah, it'd be a bit weird to have pancake with your bacon and eggs and everything else. So yeah, pancake is the odd one out.
Pancakes, but not mushrooms? Mushrooms is very strange to us, Stuart.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it
No,
is.
seriously. Mushrooms is weird. Oh, mushrooms
Yes.
are great.
For breakfast,
They're one of the
for
best
breakfast,
bits. You guys, do you
Are
have,
they cut? Are they fried? What are they in
they
some...
can be grilled or fried. Traditionally fried. Traditionally, everything is fried. I don't really like
It's called a fry-up, is it not?
It's called a fry-up,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, I'm not a big fan just because it's just the sort of grease-laden sort of starchy meat fest. Once in a while, it's very nice. Often you have it with baked beans, fried bread, black pudding. Do you guys have black pudding?
No.
Nope.
You don't have black pudding?
Not by choice.
After it's been sitting under my seat for a week, baby.
You know what black pudding is?
We don't.
Isn't it blood sausage?
Yeah, that's right. It's blood sausage. Yeah.
Oh.
Disgusting.
And lots of people don't eat it because it sounds so horrible, but it's actually it's not bad at all. It's just a very kind of delicately flavoured, very soft, dark sausage. It's quite nice.
All right, question number 5. Which of these dishes is eaten during the summer tennis tournament, Wimbledon?
Oh, come on. You must know this one.
What?
Be happy we've heard of Wimbledon.
I saw the movie by that name.
A, leek and potato soup. B, strawberries and cream. C, cucumber sandwiches. Or D, chocolate ice cream.
If I had to guess, I'd pick cucumber sandwiches.
Me
Christina,
too.
do you know
I
anything
don't
about
know-
this?
I don't know why, but cucumber sandwiches sounds somewhat familiar for some reason.
I feel like it's a thing you could serve at a
British
tennis
people would eat
thing.
it, and it's not as indulgent as the cream and the ice cream. But maybe I'm just thinking of lunch with the tea, or tea time with the queen.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Are you in agreement? All right, Stuart, this is the only one I would have gotten.
Okay. So what was their answer?
Their answer was cucumber sandwiches.
Oh, that was really clever of you, Pat, to put in a very English thing in amongst the other ones. But it's strawberries and cream. It's at Wimbledon, you have a glass of Pimm's, and you have your strawberries and cream. Fabulous. It's the whole kind of summery thing, the strawberries are there, and it's all lovely and indulgent. It's strawberries and cream, sort of synonymous with the whole Wimbledon thing. And they sell them for some stupid amount of money.
They sure do.
Like a little kind of cup full of strawberries for, I don't know what they charge, it's probably like £4 or something. Or what's that, like $6 or something ridiculous like that for a little punnet of strawberries and cream.
I like how you said it's synonymous. So then maybe it's like, what do Americans have at a baseball game? And someone not knowing it's like a hot dog.
Yeah.
Like, is it that level of ignorance? Because that's
Kind of
funny.
like, what do British people drink in a bar? What do you go into a bar to drink? So, and it's like, well, you drink beer or wine or something like that.
Beer.
Yeah, it's a similar sort of thing. I did a while ago, a few years back. I got asked to do. From time to time get asked to do some silly food science research. Generally, some kind of some body, some organisation, some company is interested in getting some kind of sciencey angle on something, or they want to promote an event and they want a bit of science to go with it. And I was asked to look at strawberries and cream and what is the perfect way to serve. What's the perfect ratio of strawberries to cream? So yeah, I did a little study. It was I just looked it up. It's 2015. Found out that the perfect ratio is a ratio of 70 to 30 strawberries to cream. And yes, I wrote all about how you need to get the balance of fat to sugars in order to get the best flavour.
All right, going to the last question. I have, not surprisingly, Stuart with a perfect 5. But the TRC crew with 3, which is surprising.
It's not bad.
We're currently passing.
Yeah, it's better than guessing. So,
question number 6. What is the main ingredient you would find in gentleman's relish? TRC crew, name that. Is it A, horseradish, B, sweet peppers, C, creamed onions, or D, anchovies?
I have to say, I've never seen this served at a gentleman's club.
And dear Lord, I hope it's not anchovies. Let's get rid of that one.
I've never heard of this. I have no idea.
We'll try to pretend you're a pretentious British person. So Stuart can do this naturally, but we have to imagine it. So we're not getting any further here. Onions or horseradish? Flip a coin.
Well, you said onions first. Why don't we go?
Yeah, onions. Onions seems fine.
All right.
To me.
So the TRC crew goes with onions. Stuart?
This is a hard one. I know that it's anchovies, but it's a really obscure thing over here. So, yeah, many people wouldn't know what gentleman's relish is, but it's like an anchovies thing. I've never had it, actually.
So he's correct. Gentleman's relish is a type of anchovy paste traditionally eaten spread on buttered toast. So congratulations for an absolute perfect game, Stuart.
Oh, brilliant. That makes a change.
Good job. No, in hindsight bias here, anchovies might be the fanciest thing, which may then associate with gentlemanliness. I don't know. Stuart, do you have any idea why it's called that?
I have no idea, but that sounds reasonable enough to me. And I tell you what, after you had the person who complained about too much Canadian stuff in your show, I think this counts as balancing out, don't you think?
There you go.
Thanks, Pat, and kudos to Stuart for representing the Queen and dominating us once again. And thank you for joining us, listeners. Stuart gave us a wonderful exploration of why your French fries don't go bad as long as you keep them insufficiently moist, and also explored different ways in which you may be able to prevent onions from making you cry. And then Pat gave us a completely biased game that was delightful to play. Stuart, if people want to learn more about you or see what you're up to, is there any websites or anything you can direct them to?
Easiest way is to find me on Twitter and other social media type things, where my handle is Real Dr. Stu, which is RealDoctorStu. Or you can just Google my name.
Until next time, think better, tack better.
Peace out, cuboids.
Stay classy, not smartassy.
I'm off to enjoy my gentleman's relish.
We'll talk to you next week, everyone. About this week's interview, it's with frequent TRC contributor and friend of the show, Dr. Stuart Farrimond. It was recorded 2 days before Stuart underwent brain surgery. 2 things. He discusses some of the specifics of the surgery, which you may want to consider if you're particularly squeamish about such things. And I also wanted to provide an update. Stuart has had the surgery and is now recovering. And with that, I hope you enjoy our chat with Dr. Stu Farrimond. I must admit to you that I don't usually get too nerve-wracked when I do interviews, and I've done a lot of them that were slightly difficult on the show, but this one's got me frazzled a little bit.
I feel honoured to have got you frazzled.
So, Stuart, you've been on the show a number of times. I think this will be your 6th time. If my quick research is correct, that's probably second only to Stuart Robbins for the number of appearances. People who have heard you before will know that you've told us many things about food science, why beans give us gas, why junk food is irresistible, what's a spice. You've covered so many topics with us, but many listeners may not know that this is sort of a second career for you and that you're actually a medical doctor. Maybe we can start with your backstory and why you no longer practice medicine.
Yes, as I say, it's an honour to have been part of contributing in my little way to the show, and my life and my career now is science communication. But it didn't start off that way. I am Dr. Stuart Farrimond because I'm a medical doctor first and foremost. And my story, I think, is an interesting one. The reason why I left medicine was because what is now 10, 11 years ago, I was diagnosed with a brain tumour. This was whilst I was working as a hospital doctor. And so that forced me to leave medicine. And that's through a rather strange series of events, led me to where I am today, writing food science books and talking with you guys.
Stuart, how did you find out about the tumor? Were you having any symptoms, or was it just you did a scan for some reason and they found it? How did that come about?
Yeah, it was found accidentally or incidentally, as the medical community says. It was for tests for something else. At the time, I was suffering a lot with being very low in energy, very tired, very fatigued. And I married 6 months previously, been working very hard in a hospital job. And I went and had some tests done, and some of the hormones, my testosterone and my thyroid were particularly low. And so the hormone specialist, the endocrinologist, wanted to scan my head, check that my pituitary gland, which is a teeny tiny little gland at the base of your brain that controls lots of the hormones in your body, to scan to check that that was okay. And that was fine. And so I was working at the time. I had the scan done whilst I was at work. And then after the scan, and had a bit of time in the afternoon, I went off to the doctor's mess, the little doctor's room, and logged in and thought, right, I'm going to see my brain, and I'm going to print it out and stick it on the fridge at home and go, behold, the world's smartest brain.
Right.
But when I looked, the pituitary was fine, but there was this strange cotton wool kind of mass thing in another part of the brain. And so that's how it was found. And so the next day I was called in to see the consultant who told me that I had a brain tumour.
And so what was the treatment at that time, Stuart?
The treatment at that time was surgery. It is a slow-growing tumour. It is a brain tumour called a glioma. Now, when you say brain tumour, essentially we're talking about brain cancer, although the term brain tumour can be applied quite generally to anything that grows in the brain. But this is a brain cancer. It's a glioma, which means that they believe it has grown out of what are called the glial cells, the supporting cells that scaffold in your neurons, your thinking cells in your brain. And for some reason, whatever reason, tumour has arisen. And these kind of tumours, gliomas, this one's called an astrocytoma. The name of the cell it came from is called an astrocyte, and so it's called an astrocytoma. They grow very slowly, often over many years, just very, very slowly expanding, eating into the kind of the brain tissue around them. And what happens, the amazing thing is that the brain compensates incredibly well, especially if it's happening very slowly, because it just loses a bit of function. And so the brain goes, okay, we'll do a little detour and go a different way around, and we'll solve the problem a different way. And so I didn't know at all, didn't notice anything. Your brain's just got incredible sort of capacity to compensate for damage. But the treatment for it is surgery, and that's what I had. And because it was slow growing, they said it wasn't worthwhile doing chemotherapy and radiotherapy, because those things work best when you've got a very aggressive, fast-growing tumour. The upshot of that is that because of its nature, you can't fully remove it. So you chop out everything that you can see and everything that appears on the scan, but there's always microscopic little deposits left behind. No matter what they do, it always seems to come back somehow. There seems to be some traces, some remnants hiding away in there that regrow. You could say that, why don't you just chop out a really huge chunk and then there's no chance of it coming back? But the problem is that you don't know when to stop cutting, and because it's the brain, you kind of have to try and preserve as much as possible.
Stuart, in our back and forth leading up to this conversation, you mentioned that there are issues with brain tumor research and that it's under-recognized. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Yeah, hugely. And as I recovered from all of this, and I've got involved with brain tumor organizations, brain tumor charities, and I do some work for a non-profit, I discovered just how underfunded brain tumours are. Brain cancers, you think they're rare, and they are uncommon. They're, I think technically they're rare, but they're the leading cause of cancer deaths in the under 40s.
Oh.
I know. I think, what's the leading cancer caller of young people? And you might think, I don't know, what, testicular cancer or leukemia or something like that. And it's not. It's brain tumours. And it's shocking. And also the fact that it only gets, up until very recently in the UK, and I think that's reflected around the world, was 2% of all cancer funding went to brain tumours. So what we have is treatment that is 30 years old and has advanced very little in that time. And so I'm getting treatment now which is slightly more sophisticated version of what was happening, probably at least a decade or so ago. Whereas you look at, say, breast cancer, for example, and the quality of care and the treatment available has just mushroomed. And I would say this because I'm somebody with a brain tumour, but it's a huge injustice and it needs kind of addressing and to bring people's attention that actually there's a real unmet need here.
Well, and so you said you're getting treatment. It's been 11 years since you were diagnosed. You originally got that surgery.
Yep.
So what's happening on Sunday?
On Sunday, I'm going in for more surgery. I've seen the scans. It has been growing back slowly over the last 3-4 years. Fortunately, it wasn't spotted to begin with because it grows so slowly. It's often missed, and it was missed. But it has got to a point now where it is obviously growing, and they can see that it's at a point where if it goes much further, it's on the right frontal lobe of my brain. If it goes much further, it will start to affect movement down the left side of my body. You can see it's probably a couple of millimeters above the part of what's called the parietal lobe that controls movement down the left side. And so you want to kind of get in there before it gets to that point.
And so what does that look like, Stuart? Is it similar to the operation that you had previously? They're going to basically cut out the part of your brain?
Yes. That is my understanding of it. How they did it last time, and I presume they're going to do the same this time, is they do a big cut across your scalp. They do it just above the hairline, so they shave off the top part of the head. They shave off the top sort of strip of hair across the front of my hair, and then they will do a long cut, and then they peel the scalp back, and then they drill holes and then take the little sort of circle of hole out, and then they put some probes in, and then from those probes they will then sort of manipulate the brain, and they use one hand to grab the brain and the other hand to sort of do some burning and some cutting. And it's going to take them hours, I think. The way that they did it last time was that they scanned my head the night before. So, and in the operation, they have up on the screen like a 3D representation of what my brain is like that they can then tally up with my head on the table. And so they can see on the screen where their probes are on my virtual head. If that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So almost.
I've seen scans like that because a friend of mine is a charge tech, and he was working in neuroangio for many, many years, and it's just incredible seeing those scans.
When I was told about this originally, I said, I want to see it. I want to be there. I want to watch it. That's incredible. And then you think, actually, no, I don't. The technology is incredible. How they can do it without having to take out a huge chunk of your skull and putting it back again. So that is what they will do. They will burn out or cut out as much as the surgeon thinks is safe to do. In this operation, because it's a bit bigger than last time, they're going to be looking at, say, what bits of the brain do what to my body. So I believe that they're going to have things on my legs and my arms that they will then be able to see if my muscles are twitching or moving when they prod a bit of the brain. So what you tend to do is that you would get a little sort of electrode, and you would probe a bit of the brain surface, and you would do a little sort of electrical current through that bit of the brain, and you would see, is that a leg or a muscle or something that's twitching when I probe that bit of the brain. And if it is doing something like moving my leg, then you go, oh, okay, we won't cut into that because that means that he won't be able to move his leg afterwards if we chop that bit out. And so they use that as a guide to how far should we keep cutting before we stop. So they'll be doing that in the operation when I'm in there. They've also done some functional MRI scans, and functional MRI scans is where you look at what the brain is doing when you're thinking or when you're performing an action. So I had scans done a month or so ago where I had to lie in an MRI scanner, but then they get you to do things. So they got me to do some word puzzles and move my hand on one side and move my fingers and hand on the other side, and then at the same time. And then from that, you can look at the blood flow in the brain. So which bits are most active. So the blood flow is used as a proxy for which bits of the brain are most active. And from that, you can see which are the most important parts of the brain that you don't want to be chopping out.
And so beyond the surgery, what other treatment is involved?
So this is going to be a new experience in treatment for me, because I'm going to be going through radiotherapy after the surgery and then followed by chemotherapy, which is kind of why I think it's really nice that I can share this story with you, because I don't know how well I'm going to be afterwards. Because after about 4 weeks after recovery from the surgery, which from memory, get very sore head, you essentially feel like you can cuss for a while because you've had controlled brain injury done to you, and so it takes a while for you to recover. And after the first operation, I did have seizures, although touch wood, everything should be fine this time round. And then after 4 weeks recovery, I'll go and have some radiotherapy for 6 to 8 weeks, and then chemotherapy, which could be 6 to 9 months.
Wow.
So I'm kind of looking at a really crummy year coming up. Of not really sure how things are going to end up.
Is there a prognosis, or is it they really have to kind of wait and see?
The thing with this kind of tumour, and I knew this all along, is that you can't cure it. It will come back. And the natural order of things is that it keeps coming back, and eventually at some point in the future it turns to a more aggressive form, which tends to be called what's called a glioblastoma, which is the very nasty kind of brain tumour that you hear most about when you hear of whenever there's somebody. There was a senator, I think it was, in the
Gord Downey?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Gord Downey.
Gord Downey.
Yep. And there was a senator, I think, in the States who recently died of a glioblastoma.
John McCain?
Yeah, it was John McCain, and we had an MP, Minister of Parliament in the UK, called Dame Tessa Jowell, and she died of a brain tumour, a glioblastoma. Fortuitously, in the UK, that has helped raise the awareness of it. And before she died, she was a huge campaigner for brain tumour research funding, and so her legacy in that will live on, and things are starting to change on this side of the water. So yeah, the glioblastoma, and when you get to that stage, it's typically looking at kind of 18 months before you die, typically, because it's very aggressive, advancedly growing at that point. And the treatment that you can have then is usually just buying you time.
So, Stuart, does it help that you caught this fairly early and that it's been monitored over the last 11 years?
We think so. We can only say yes, although what probably would have happened is that it would have carried on growing slowly, and maybe around about now, or maybe in another 5 or 10 years, it would have got to a point where I had a seizure, or I started acting a bit wonky or something. But we can only presume that cutting out early helps. Although it's one of those things that you can't do a trial on it, because whenever they found a tumour and they've had the ability to do it, doctors have naturally chopped them out because it seemed the sensible and the logical thing to do. So there's never been a randomised controlled trial of let's get half of them and cut the brain tumour out of half of them and not have the other half and see who lives the longest, because it just ethically you can't do it. So I believe so, but we don't know what would have happened had they just left it alone.
Right.
Given the fact that you're having surgery to remove as much as they can, Stuart, then what is the purpose of the radiotherapy and the chemotherapy, and what exactly are those things?
Okay, so the thinking is that at this point now it's worth giving it a go of let's try and really kill as much of it as we can. Even though it's not at super aggressive speed, they still think it's sensible, and the evidence they have says that these things will help in the long term. People do live longer if you have these types of treatment at this point. And the nature behind chemotherapy and radiotherapy is pretty, if I'm honest, quite medieval. And it's the same for all cancers. What you're doing so we'll start with chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is a poison. Chemotherapy is just a general term for many different drugs, most of which kill rapidly dividing cells in the body. So as I say, they're poisons. And the idea is that because cancers are growing rapidly, it will kill the cancer. Unfortunately, it also kills you. So it's kind of a game of, we're going to try and give you as much of this horrible stuff as possible, and we will hopefully kill the cancer before we kill you. Yeah. That's essentially what it is. Radiotherapy is a bit more targeted in that you're firing X-rays, and there are variations on the types of radiation, but the principles are all the same. There are new things, kind of proton therapies, and there's a gamma knife. They're all essentially glorified ways of firing types of radiation at the cancer that cause damage to DNA. And you do that to essentially try to stop these rapidly dividing cells growing, and you're essentially just trying to kill them. It's a way of targeting a bit of tissue that is growing rapidly with some DNA damaging radiation. Yes, so that's the radiotherapy, that's the chemotherapy, and I think in 10, 20, 30 years' time we'll be looking back at this era of cancer treatment and going, what on earth were we doing? That was barbaric.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But that's the best we have.
I just, for the first time, went through chemo with a friend and would keep her company at the hospital when she was getting the chemo, and yeah, it's eye-opening. There's
lots of different types, and obviously if you think about rapidly growing cells, that explains the side effects that people often have with chemotherapy. So the most obvious one is people's hair drops out, because hair is a continually renewing part of the body, and so if those cells can't regenerate, you can't produce the hair, and so your hair falls out, and so your skin gets very dry because it can't regenerate. You can end up with intestinal problems because on the inside of the gut they're constantly repairing and replacing themselves. So all these parts of our body, they all suffer as a consequence. And the idea of most chemotherapy are to give you they call it a cycle. So we give you the drug over a concentrated period to try to build it up as much as possible in your body so that we can harm the cancer as much as we can. But before your immune system gets completely killed off, because the immune cells, again, they're something that are constantly regenerating in your body. Before we completely destroy your immune system, we will stop, let your body regenerate again, let you recover, and then we'll give another blast of it. And hopefully, as I say, hopefully we're killing the cancer more than we're killing you. And it works. It works. It's just very, very barbaric, very kind of medieval.
You sound very pragmatic and very clinical about this, but
yes.
How are you holding up?
Thanks, yeah. It's funny, when I was first diagnosed with it, you engage the whole medical side of your head, and you just treat the person on the screen, that brain, as a patient, and it takes a while to adjust to actually, this is me, this is my life. And it's hard, and it makes you consider your mortality, what you're here for. And it's given me, the last 10 years, it's given me a lot of time to reassess priorities. And it's a real honour, actually, to have to look at those big picture things in your 20s, when most of the time you only really have these soul-searching kind of dilemmas later in life. And
yeah.
So I kind of, as much as is possible, I feel at peace with the situation, and I make decisions about life based on the kind of the very temporary nature of life, and try to enjoy the day. Okay, the last couple of weeks, for the last month or so, my wife's been saying, I just want to get this over and done with, which I completely understand. Yes, and I said to her, actually, no, not at all. I know it's coming, but I'm enjoying the day at the moment. And I think that kind of perspective, sadly, you only really get when you have something really horrible and life-threatening happen to you or somebody close to you. Does it give you a wake-up call?
Stuart, do you think it's better that you're a medical doctor and you know what's involved, or do you think that's a bit of a curse? Do you think it would be better if you didn't know exactly what was happening?
No, on balance, I think it's good that I know, and I can appreciate that you're in a very vulnerable position when you have something that can't be quote unquote cured and that is going to bring your life to an early end. And being able to appreciate that you're very vulnerable, you can be manipulated, you will go looking for answers where there aren't really answers. After I had 2 operations, so the first operation, afterwards I went down this track of, okay, I'm going to do everything I can to stay well, stay healthy. And a lot of things that happen, you may well know this from people, is that there's a lot of self-blame. There is no explanation for it. I didn't even have a mobile phone until about 5 years after everybody else had a mobile phone. By the way, mobile phones do not cause brain tumours. just in case. But you search for reasons. You kind of think, oh, maybe it is because I did this. And there's a lot of blame, there's a lot of fear, and out of this, I mean, I tried to take control of the situation, which is essentially an uncontrollable situation. Yeah. And what you do is you control, well, for me, was you control your food, because that's one of the things we have in our life that we actually have some control over, what we eat every day. And so went down the track of, I'm going to buy the anti-cancer diet books, and I'm going to draw up a list of all the things I can and I can't eat, and get out all these things that from my diet. Everything's got to be organic. I'm not going to have any meats, not going to have any sugars. Only certain oils am I going to be allowed. I cut out all high GI foods, so your breads and your potatoes. I would fastidiously go through all different foods and find out the GI number. So the GI, the glycemic index, that's a rating of, well, it's a kind of a scale of 100. It's a number given to food based on how quickly it is turned into sugar in the bloodstream after eating it. So something with a very high GI number gets digested very quickly and causes a spike in your blood sugar. Something with a low GI, something that's maybe like a whole bran cracker or something. It takes a long time to digest. The carbohydrates are broken down to sugars slowly, and it's really slowly into your bloodstream. And the thinking is that high GI foods are bad because that burst of sugar feeds the cancers and helps the cancer to grow. And all sorts of different ideas that you can dip into. And there's some logic behind some of them. There's little bits of evidence behind it, and some of them they're just kind of bonkers. But you've got nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose from trying this supplement. So what if the supplement costs you a lot of money? Isn't your health worth it? And I was doing all these things, and it was just horrible looking back, it was horrible for life. You can't just go out for a meal and sit down and have a meal and pick something off the menu. I'm thinking, what oil was that cooked in? What has this got cheese in it? And it's I had horrible. It
sounded like it absolutely consumed you at one point.
It did, and I tried all sorts of. I looked into Gershon therapy and all these. There's all the kind of the alternative, fortunately, quackery type things. Is that you go and explore because you have nothing to lose in just having a look into it, and
and you hear anecdotal stories here and there. So as you say, if you go into it, you know it's quackery, but you have nothing to lose. It's understandable that someone would be faced with that decision, would do those things.
Absolutely. And brain tumors, for example, the weird thing is that even with the high-grade glioblastomas, the one that will normally kill people in about 18 months from diagnosis, about 1 or 2% outlive all expectations. They're long-term survivors, and we have no idea why they do it. Sometimes they're on a trial for a new drug. Sometimes they're not. They just walk away and say, I don't want any more treatment. I've had enough chemotherapy. And then 5 years later, they're still around, and you can't explain it. And sometimes these people will come out of the woodwork and claim that they have found the cure from it was something that they ate. It was a turmeric supplement or whatever it was. And it's very dangerous taking these extreme exceptional cases of people who A, are long-term survivors, and we don't know why, and B, happen to have come across something that they think explains why they're a long-term survivor. It's a very kind of dangerous and compelling mix for the person who is the cancer patient. So to answer the question of, am I pleased I'm a medical doctor? Yes, I am, because it's given me that skeptical framework to fall back on when your emotions and your security are all over the place.
So, Stuart, you were in the midst of writing another book. Were you able to finish it?
I am currently in the midst of writing another book.
Oh, you still are, okay.
Yes, book number 3. This one, we're working on the title. I've just seen a potential cover that I quite like the look of at the moment. We're calling it, working title, The Science of Living.
Oh, nice. I remember you talking about it when you were on the show a while back, and the types of things you were covering.
Yeah, so it's essentially the science of your day, from when you wake up in the morning to when you go to sleep at night, and what happens when you're asleep at night, and answering all those questions of, should I drink a coffee first thing in the morning? Should I not drink a coffee first thing in the morning? Should I wait a bit? Should I brush my teeth before or after I've eaten? Right through to, is stress at work killing me? Is sitting down really the new smoking? What's the healthiest thing to have for lunch? Is my body clock telling me I should go to sleep right now? Should I really turn my screens off late at night? Are we addicted to social media? So the whole kind of gamut of all those things that fill up the tabloid columns on a quiet news day, going to answer them from a scientifically based and skeptical viewpoint, so that you can read it and go, I never realized.
Incredible.
So will you need to put the book on hold for a bit?
It's mostly done. It's about 3/4 done, and the publisher, DK Books, who did the first 2 books, they've been incredibly supportive. So they've said, we will work around you. The original deadline was to have it all done, the first manuscript all done by the end of July, which I may make, I may not make. I'm going on the 10th of June. It just depends how well I am afterwards, but they're going to work around me. And so if it's taking a bit longer for me to get the final bits written, they'll be doing all the artwork and making it pretty and editing it and stuff. So we're aiming for a publication sometime next year. It could be in the new year time. It could be later in the year. So we're aiming for 2020 release date. So it gives us some time to play with.
I'm looking forward to reading it. Stuart, we're pulling for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope that things go as well as they possibly can.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And that you'll be able to come back and share your new book with us. And it sounds like it's fodder for many more appearances on the Reality
Absolutely.
Check.
I hope so. And here's hoping that I'm well enough to carry on contributing to this awesome podcast.
Thanks so much for being so honest with us about this, Stuart.
Yeah, I think it's important to be able to tell these kind of stories and know what to possibly expect, especially if you have someone that's going through this. We really appreciate your time, Stuart. And I don't know, I'm already thinking about when's the next time he's going to come back on. So just get better quick.
I will do.
Give us an update whenever you're able, Stuart.
Will do. Thanks, Pat. Thanks.
All right. We'll be thinking about you.
Thanks, Bud. Thanks. Really, just I did have some nice, encouraging piece of news from the publisher, and probably also thanks to you guys for sort of having me on and stuff. The Science of Spice has exceeded their sales expectations.
Awesome.
And they've sold 37,000 copies so far.
Wonderful.
Oh, congrats, Stuart. Well deserved. Those books are incredible. Every time someone comes over, I'm literally asked Pat, I'm like, check this out. And I've got it in their face. So
I was chuffed to bits. It's a really nice bit of good news that I just had, and I wanted to share that with you to say thanks for your support and everything.
That's awesome. All right,
it's
Stuart.
our pleasure.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, you too. We'll be thinking about you on Sunday.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Okay,
Cheers.
bye.
Bye.
He's been on the show a bunch of times to talk to us about all sorts of food science related things, but this interview back in June was different. We spoke with him 2 days before he underwent brain surgery for a tumor. Several people wrote in to wish Stuart well and to thank him for being so open about his story. Well, today we catch up with Stu. We talk about how his surgery went, his ongoing treatment. He gives us some tidbits from his upcoming book, and we even get into a couple of food science questions. A bit of an update. Since we recorded this interview, Stuart has finished his radiotherapy and says he's really happy to finally be home doing normal things like walking the dog. And with that, we hope you enjoyed this follow-up conversation with Dr. Stuart Farrimond. I'm very happy to say welcome back to the Reality Check, Dr. Stuart Farrimond.
Thanks ever so much for having me on again. It's a pleasure to speak with you once more. Minus hair and a bit of brain.
Yes, I was just saying off the air that you're looking very punk rock.
Yes. I'm a bit scary. Got the facial hair and no hair on my head and a big scar across my skull. So, yes.
Right.
Aw.
So maybe we should explain the last time we spoke to you, Stuart, you were 2 days before going in for brain surgery. How did things go?
Yes, it was for a malignant glioma, which is a type of brain cancer that was diagnosed about 12 years ago, been very slowly growing, and over the last few years it has been growing faster and it has been expanding, and so it was opportunity to go in there and to take out that brain tumour, which all went well. They said the operation went well, but when I woke up, I couldn't move my left hand at all. And it took me a long time to kind of become, I guess, with it back in the real world. But yeah, so all went well. There is still a bit in there. And so I'm having radiotherapy and chemotherapy now in an attempt to try and destroy as much of that final bit as possible to give me the best possible outcome and hopefully long life.
I was going to ask, what is that little bit? It's just because it would have been too risky to take that out as well, or?
Yeah, the tumour has just started to go into what's called the corpus callosum in the brain, and that's this thick white band of tissue that connects the left and the right side of the brain together, and all the connections between the two halves of the brain go through this thick tract. And the danger is that if you cut into that, you can cause no end of problems. So they've left that little bit in there with a view to, we're hoping, the chemotherapy and the radiotherapy. The radiotherapy is essentially high-powered X-rays that are shaped and targeted to target that little bit. And the chemotherapy, which are tablets that I'm having at the moment.
Oh, you're doing both radio and chemotherapy at the same time?
Yeah, both at the moment. Yeah. And then I'm going to go and just have chemotherapy cycles. Essentially, chemotherapy is a poison to both you and cancer cells, but it kills cancer cells faster than it kills people. So the whole idea is to try and get as high a dose in you as possible that kills the cancer without killing you. So it's kind of like really crude. In the future, we're going to have more targeted therapies and these immunotherapies that use your body's own immune system to kill cancers. But at the moment, it's pretty much the best thing that we've got.
And are you having side effects from those treatments?
I had really bad nausea to begin with the chemotherapy. So it's just like, I guess it's like morning sickness all the time. It's just horrible. I've kind of got on top of that now, so that's a lot better. And I guess hair falling out, that was really distressing. Just one day I was sat down working on my laptop, and I looked down and there's all this hair all over the keyboard. And every time I run my hand through my hair, I'm like a molting dog. So it got to a point where I just got to shave it all off. So now, yes, the punk rock look is mine.
We should add that Stuart is coming at us from where he's actually doing his treatment right now. So
Yes, I'm in Surrey, which is south of London. I'm receiving treatment at a hospital called the Royal Marsden, which I've gone there because it's one of the best centres in the UK for it, and because I pulled strings, and we have a lovely National Health Service here. I've been able to get along here, and so yeah, all is going well. I wouldn't recommend it, brain surgery, chemotherapy and radiotherapy for anybody, but it's not as bad as I feared it was going to be. So I'm still kind of, energy levels are okay. I've got a bike hooked up onto a smart trainer in the flat where I am, which means I can cycle and linked up online, so I can race along with other people around the world, like around Central Park and stuff. So
that's incredible.
Yeah, it kind of gives me some sanity in amongst, because otherwise your life just becomes cancer. All it is, you lose your hair, you're a cancer patient, you wake up in the morning, take your chemotherapy medicines, you've got to take them at certain times, then you go off to the hospital, have your radiotherapy, and then go back and just try and wait till you feel sick. So it's not fun, but...
Not the most pleasant, not the most pleasant life for sure.
Well, we're very happy to hear you sounding like Stuart.
Yeah, I know, it's incredible, isn't it? I think I sent you a picture. I mean, we can share the photo of my brain after the operation, and it's a huge chunk out of my right frontal lobe.
It sure is.
And you just look at it and go, oh, my life, how am I not a complete vegetable? How can I be compos mentis and look at this and still be me? I feel lucky to be with it.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned that initially you had some problems with the left side of your body. What were those, and how long did they last, Stuart?
It lasted, it started to fade after the first week. So really strange. There's this phenomenon called neglect or inattention, which sometimes people who have strokes can have. So one side of your visual field, you just don't pay attention to at all. And I had this for at least a couple of weeks after the operation. So everything on the left-hand side, I could see it, but I just didn't pay attention to it. So if there was something on my hospital table in front of me and it was on the left-hand side, so let's say I put down a pen or a phone and it was on the left-hand side of the table, I just wouldn't be able to see it. My vision was absolutely fine. My vision is still fine, but for just some reason, the perception, the pathways that deal with the perception on that side, they were damaged at that time. And so, really strange. So I'll be walking along, and if there was somebody walking up, like coming my way to the left of me, I was quite likely just to shoulder barge them, just because I had just lost the perception on that side. Really, really strange. People with strokes, when it's really profound, you can put a plate of food in front of them, and they'll only eat one side of the plate of food.
Wow.
And I'll think that they've eaten the whole plate of food. And so you've got, say, the left-hand side of the plate is still full of food. You spin the plate round, so it's so they can see it on the other side, and then when you spin it back again, they'll eat that side of the plate. They'll eat what's on that side of the plate, so they can see it, but they're just not aware of it until it's pointed out to them.
Well, so that first of all is pretty fascinating, but also the fact that I guess the brain just kind of found another way around within a couple of weeks is incredible too.
Yeah, it is very incredible. New pathways can form because there is a significant portion of my brain missing, and that has slowly been destroyed over time by the tumour. And when it happens very slowly, the brain sort of finds different pathways round. So it's a little bit like if you've got an underground or an underground kind of train network, like say you got in London or you've got the metro in New York, is that if you've taken out one chunk, like maybe one line or a couple of stations aren't working, you can still get all the commuters to work and back. Just the rest of the system has to work a lot harder, and commuters have to find different ways around. And it's exactly the same in the brain. So you lose a bit, and the rest of the brain tries to compensate and finding different ways around to do the same job.
The time frame of 2 weeks too, right? Like you said, within a couple of weeks, it was sort of things were back to normal.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
It's really scary though, because I like not being able to move my hand. It was just like really clumsy, like being a child again. And the physiotherapists were brilliant. They got me to do it. They just said to me, keep exercising, keep working that hand, and it will come back. because I couldn't, I was in tears at one point. I went off to a kitchen to try and make a cup of tea, and I couldn't pick up the cup with my left hand. I had strength, but it was just the coordination. So I got my hands in a pincer, so my fingers in a pincer, I could grip and I could grab something, but it was just super, super slow. And it's just really, really strange. And I was just really upset because I tried typing and I couldn't type, and I couldn't play the guitar, and I got like a touch typing sort of piece of software and just basically relearned how to touch type until the movement in the hand came back again. So I think you just got to be really belligerent when these sorts of things happen to you.
So, Stuart, have you been able to get back to writing your book now?
Yes, my left hand is working, and I can carry on writing book number 3, which is it's really, like my passion is doing science communication, science writing, and I think I would have just been shattered if I couldn't carry on typing. So yeah, book number 3 is underway, and I was chatting with you guys about some really interesting stuff that I've been discovering that's well worth having a chat about.
Okay, so give us some tidbits from the book for sure.
So the book is The Science of Living. That's the working title at the moment, and it's about working through the whole of your day, looking at a scientific, skeptical view at all the things that happen to you and all the things that you hear, like the common sort of urban myths and hearsay. For example, things like, should I drink coffee first thing in the morning, or should I wait? Should I brush my teeth before or after I've had breakfast? But going into lots and lots of more detailed things. And one of the things that I was looking at is about stress. So, you guys, if I say to you, what is stress, what would you say?
The feeling of anxiousness over pressure on you to perform.
Yeah. I'd say the same thing. Like when I have to be on in my career, I get quite stressed about that. Even though I love it, it's still very stressful.
So you use those words stressed and stressful. So is the situation stressful, or are you stressed? Is the stress a thing outside of yourself, or is the stress something that is happening inside of you?
I would say it's something that's happening inside of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly, but it's very confusing. And if you try and pin down what stress is, it gets very confusing. And we lump it all together. We say that stress, I'm stressed about exams, I'm stressed about being ill, I'm stressed about a relative having died, I'm stressed about my relationship. This isn't all true for me at the moment, but we put everything in this catch-all thing called stress. And the origin of stress, before the 1940s, stress was just a word that kind of engineers would use to describe stresses and strains on like a bridge or something. And in the kind of the 1940s, there was a 29-year-old scientist, Hungarian-born guy called Hans Selye. He was working in North America, and he had this idea that when he walked past people in hospital, he noticed that they all looked sick. And he thought there must be something that's going on with all these people to make them look sick, something that's common amongst all of them. And so he embarked upon a series of pretty grisly, gruesome experiments on rodents. I think they were rats. And he got lots of rats and he put them through all sorts of different kind of tortures. He kind of broke some of their legs, he injected them with drugs, he starved some of them, he exercised some of them to exhaustion. And when he'd stress them, well, he didn't even use the word stress at this point, but when he'd put this ordeal on them, he'd sacrifice them. After like a couple of days, he'd sacrifice them. And when he looked in the body, he saw that the adrenal glands had got bigger, and the thymus gland, which is a thing that produces the white blood cells, which in a mouse just sits on top of the heart, that had shrunk. So the adrenal glands had got bigger and the thymus gland had shrunk. And he said that all the rats had exactly the same thing happen to them. And so he came with this idea of it doesn't matter what the insult that is put on the body responds in the same way with this kind of this blunderbuss response. He called it the generalized alarm response, and it eventually got coined into this term stress. And so from this, he then developed the idea to say that actually it's not just physical trauma that happens to... So he said it also happens, it's likely that it happens in humans as well as in animals. that we have this overall global bodily response to something that happens to us. And he deduced that the same thing happens when we go through psychological stresses as when we go through physical stresses, that this whole there's this hormonal response in your bodily system, and that too much of this stress response is harmful for you. That's something that he observed in animal experiments. And so then that was his theory, and it just essentially caught on. And this guy was, I don't think I'm sort of exaggerating when I say he wanted fame. He went around the world touring, spreading this message about stress. He wrote 39 books.
Wow.
And he received Nobel Prize nominations 17 times, but not once did he get it. Man, he was after that prize, and he never got it. And so he went around preaching this whole thing about stress, and everybody's sort of taken it hook, line, and sinker. And discovered this really interesting thing. In the 90s, there were loads of declassified papers from the tobacco industry when there was a whole kind of legal case going on, and part of the agreement was that the tobacco industry would kind of open their drawers with all their secret files. And in amongst that, found out that in the 1960s, Selye, he was paid an annual award of $50,000 per year to support his research. And in today's terms, that's $350,000 every year. And oddly enough, he testified in court when the tobacco industry was being scrutinised for essentially for causing lung cancer, and they were fighting back, saying that smoking wasn't unhealthy. He testified in court to say that smoking is good for you because it helps to relieve stress. Yeah.
Wow.
I know. And so stress is dirty little secret. And I just thought that's fascinating. And actually, and when you look at, when you go back and you scrutinise what he did, the original experiments, the kind of the thymus and the adrenal glands thing, they wouldn't be considered a significant change if you actually used proper statistical tests on it, like that we would do now. It would just be considered, it's noise, it's just natural variation. And so it was all built on this rather shaky foundation. And as you go into it, you realise that there's actually different types of stress, and our body responds to it in different ways. So in the same way that if you're going to go on a roller coaster ride, your body feels different to if, let's say, you're going for, you're moving house or something, or you've got a wedding coming up. We know it feels different. And so there are actually it seems to be there are different bodily responses that take place in us. At the moment, they've broken them down to 5 different types of kind of stresses that are placed on us that cause the body to respond in different ways. So I just think it's really good to actually ask those questions of, it's a common or garden sort of phrase, stress, and we all think that stress is bad for us. And without a doubt, a prolonged sort of bodily response to quote-unquote stress leads to lots of problems. You get raised cortisol levels, which is a stress hormone, which is detrimental. It suppresses the immune system, and it is detrimental for health in the long term. But not all stresses are the same. And at the time, Selye, he discovered that not all stresses were bad, and he tried to group stresses into good stresses and bad stresses. But I think it's kind of all rather messy. So I just think it's good to think about, actually, when we say everybody's getting more stress, this is really bad, kids are suffering from exam stress, what actually do we mean? And should we just take everything at face value?
And is it tied to sort of the fight or flight response in some way, Stuart?
Yeah, absolutely. He followed on. One of a scientist very close to him had just been going into the fight or flight response, and so this was off the back of discoveries that were being made at the time about the fight or flight response, which is the body's sort of, oh no, I need to run away, or I need to fight. The whole adrenaline thing that pumps around the body that gets you on edge, and so it kind of follows on from that. The stress response incorporates that, but it's a sort of a longer lasting shift in the body. That's kind of what he was arguing, that we have this immediate fight or flight response, but when we have any kind of prolonged sort of threat on us, that this whole stress response generates with high increased blood pressure, cortisol levels going up, and lots of bodily changes that take place inside of us. But I would urge skepticism on just taking stress at face value. So I just thought that was really, really fascinating. I wasn't expecting to find that at all.
That is fascinating. Yeah. Do you have anything else from your book that you can share with us, Stuart?
Lots of, things where market forces and money has got involved with things in surprising ways. So bacon and eggs, for example, they are classic American, I presume it's the same in Canada, breakfast food.
Absolutely.
Yes, yeah.
And that came originally from the pork industry was trying to sell more bacon, and they managed to lobby doctors around the US to say that a good hearty meal is what a working American man deserves and needs to sustain him throughout the day, and there's nothing better than using bacon and eggs as an example. And because they had all these doctors' endorsements of a hearty breakfast, such as bacon and eggs, it became this part of American breakfast culture. And in a similar way, orange juice, or I know we just call it orange juice, but I think breakfast juice is the kind of the general or garden kind of term for it. That was by Californian growers. I think it was in the 1920s, 1930s. They had a glut of oranges that they tried to get rid of, and the growers group association came up with this idea of let's turn it into juice, because you get hardly any juice from oranges, so you can sell lots of oranges for that, and market it as a health drink. And you can go back and find nearly 100-year-old healthy eating leaflets produced by Sunkist about how orange juice neutralizes the harmful acids in your body and helps keep you well. So this whole kind of acid alkali thing that we think is modern, they were doing it about 100 years ago and trying to flog orange juice off the back of it.
While we wait in anticipation for your new book, I just want to remind listeners that you have a couple of awesome books out, Science of Cooking, Science of Spice, or Spice, depending on where you are. That was a lovely message on Twitter, Stuart, from that one person that had just discovered your spice book.
You're not on a retainer for saying nice things about my book.
No, I love we have your books and I love them.
Both.
Yeah, I mean, again, the author's dream is for people to buy their book and to read it and enjoy it, and getting really lovely, heartfelt feedback from people who say, love your book, it's actually changed the way I do things. Mm-hmm. It's just like, that's exactly why you write a book. So it's amazing. It's just, humbling when what you do has like a positive impact on people's lives. So yeah, absolutely delighted.
That crow in the background can curse.
Yeah. Well, I am in the glorious outdoors here. Yeah.
So since we have you on, I have to ask you a food question, if that's okay.
I have one too, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
I came across this article. It was a BBC article, and I had it bookmarked for a while, but there's no way I'm taking on a food myth on our show when we have access to you. Is reheated pasta less fattening? And I read this has to do with the structure changes. It becomes resistant starch. So do you know anything about that, Stuart?
Yeah, it's true. We think of starch as being just one and the same thing, or you look at carbohydrates on the back of a packet, and the assumption has been that a calorie is a calorie is a calorie, which is true, but your body can process some foods better than others. So in the same way that you have a really ripe pear that's really soft and juicy and tastes really sweet, the starches in that have been turned, more starch has been turned into sugars, and so that causes your blood glucose levels to spike a lot more than if you have an unripe pear, which is really hard and it doesn't taste very sweet. There's not a lot of sugars in it. But you were to look at the calories on it, and it would say that they were exactly the same. But so your body deals with starches in a different way depending on how easy it is for the body to break it down. And this interesting thing is that they've done this with pasta, and surprisingly, if you have pasta that's cold, it's harder for the body to break down and extract the calories from than pasta that is hot. And I don't know exactly why that is, but that is the case. It seems to be something that happens as it warms up. Presumably something on a chemical level that makes the starches, the bonds between the starches looser, and so the enzymes in your gut can break them apart and break them into sugars more easily. So yeah, that's a handy little tip, isn't it?
Interesting.
So, Stuart, I have a question for you, and this really surprised me. I read somewhere that, and I'm sure many, many people do this, you shouldn't reheat rice ever. You shouldn't keep it.
So yeah, if you don't take anything else away, if you never ever reheat rice, you'll be perfectly safe. But there is a danger from reheating rice, but it doesn't mean that you can't ever do it. The reason why reheated rice can be dangerous sometimes is that on the surface of rice, sometimes there is a bug that comes from the soil called Bacillus cereus. The problem is that some of the toxins it can produce will withstand high temperatures. And so if you've had rice that's been cooked, that cooked rice is safe because any bacteria that were on it were killed when you cooked it. But if then you let it cool, those bacteria can form spores, and those spores that may have survived the heating process, they can kind of hatch. The spores are like little eggs. They'll hatch and start producing their toxins again. If, say, you let it cool down to room temperature and leave it on the side, just don't either eat it quickly, don't just leave it there all day, otherwise you're just helping those bacteria that have turned into hardy spores that have survived the cooking process. They'll hatch and start producing toxins, and the longer that you leave it there, the more they'll produce. And these substances, they cause either vomiting or diarrhea, depending on which toxin it is that survives. So you can cook it again, and these toxins are heat resistant. So even when you cook it again, you kill the remaining bacteria, the toxins will still be in it. So when you eat it, it'll make you really sick. If you cook it, then cool it down as quickly as possible and put it in the fridge. If you then want to cook it again in 24 hours, then do it. But more than about a day, either eat it cold or chuck it away. After 48 hours, make sure you just bin it, because then it wouldn't be safe. 24 hours you can cook it. After that, eat it cold. After 48 hours, throw it away.
Wow, I'm sure that a lot of people do not know that.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's going to trigger some memories in people who have eaten rice a couple of days after and kind of felt a little sickly.
Well, what we call Chinese food often comes with rice, and I know my whole life that I'd keep that in the fridge for a week and keep eating it.
Yeah. You've got to be careful. But I mean, if you're into cooking, then actually, if you're going to do fried rice, it's much nicer and it's much tastier and easier to cook if you let it cool. For the same sort of reason why cooled pasta isn't processed by the body as easily. When you cool starches, this thing called retrogradation happens, where the starches that have been cooked, which become soft and jelly-like, which is why rice becomes soft and you can eat it right from its hard state, is that when it cools, those starches start to go back into their hard state again. As it goes harder, the individual grains can separate more easily. So when you put it in a wok and you fry it, you can keep all the grains separate and you get much nicer fried rice, because every single grain can get coated with the nice flavours from your wok.
Interesting. Stu, before we let you go, is there anything else you wanted to mention?
With the treatment that I'm having at the moment, half of people who have the treatment that I'm having with the type of tumour that I have make it to 5 years. So that means, broadly, life expectancy of about 5 years. There's a lot of variation in that, and we don't know what's going to happen with me. So as a scientist and as somebody who isn't up for dying in my 40s, decided that I wanted to do everything that I can that is scientifically based, or that, I'm not into going off and having crazy sort of acupuncture treatments and things that clearly don't work. But is there anything I can do to increase my odds to get me down the survival curve so that I'm making it maybe 10 plus years? Because there are always people who are long-term survivors who defy the odds with brain tumours. There's about 1 or 2% of people that just keep on living, and we don't know exactly why that happens. And from kind of research, I came across a chap called Ben Williams, who was a Harvard professor, not in kind of medical stuff, actually, in sort of, I think it was psychology, and he was diagnosed with a glioblastoma, which is a grade 4 tumour, brain tumour, which is a more aggressive cancer than the one I have. I've got a grade 3 presently. And when you're diagnosed with that, he was diagnosed back in 95, essentially, sort of 12, 18 months tops, he was given, and he sort of was one of these stubborn people who refused to accept what he was told, and was insistent that there was something else, something more that could be done. So he went, we're in pre-internet era, he went away, dug out all the journals and found everything that he possibly could and educated himself on brain tumours, and essentially found obscure research that had been done on rats on brain tumours and all over. Anything that he could find that had possible evidence that could help his chemotherapy and his radiotherapy fight the cancer. So he wasn't on about, I'm going to abandon conventional treatment, because, you know, radiotherapy and chemotherapy works. It's evidence-based. We know that it works. But he was interested in, what can I do to make that better? And so he essentially ended up taking a cocktail of supplements and repurposed drugs, which means there's many drugs that we take that are approved that seem to have some anti-cancer effects. So the anti-malarial drug chloroquine, for example, it fights malaria, fights the bug that causes malaria, but it also seems to have an effect with cancers, and it makes it more difficult for cancer cells to grow. So you add that one into the mix. So he added that, and then he found that there's some mushroom extract that's been used in the Far East for cancers and stuff, and there was some evidence for that, so he took that and added that in, and just kept adding supplements and supplements and drugs and drugs and drugs to take on top, to kind of concoct his own, I can call it a cocktail or a multi-drug therapy that is just kind of a homemade multi-drug therapy. And you can't, it's one anecdote, but he's still alive, and he published the book, and he updates it fairly often. Actually, I think he's retired. There's another guy who updates it with all the latest research of all it's freely available online. If you Google surviving terminal cancer, you'll find a website that there's a little document, it's about a 90-minute documentary that goes through it all and explains it all. And you can also get a book that goes with that, and the most up-to-date version is available online, that you can just download it. And it updates every couple of years as to, these are all the things that might help. This is the evidence behind it. These are the potential risks. This is kind of a real deep dive stuff that he's doing, and that the person who's taken over is doing. And so I've adopted this approach, and I know that I can't guarantee it's going to help at all, and that none of these things are randomized controlled trial. We don't know which of them work, but I'm of the mentality of, try everything, and if it works, then you've won. Or, there's nothing to lose, essentially. The risk is that it can interact with some of the treatments that I'm getting and potentially could make things worse. But for that reason, you're picking things that have been tested already, for which there is a sensible rationale for it. And so I've got a huge box of... so I'm taking the chloroquine on top of all the other chemotherapy and the radiotherapy and everything else, and lots of other things. Like, there's really good research for very high dose vitamin D. There's some there's some studies. I mean, these are only small studies. There are only kind of like 9 or 10 people in each of these studies. But the thing is that there's no funding for repurposed drugs and for supplements, because there isn't the financial incentive. Because nobody's going to make a load of money out of chloroquine, for example, using an anti-malarial for cancer. So the philosophy is, much like HIV, one drug isn't going to kill cancer. We know that one chemotherapy won't kill cancer. If you attack it with lots of different things, then there is hope that you can essentially carpet bomb your cancer and increase so that you live long and prosper.
Is your oncologist in support of this?
Well, this is the interesting thing. Is I was really disappointed, because he'd heard of Ben Williams and he knows about the whole thing behind it, but he's just really sceptical and has to toe the party line of, look, we don't know if these things help or hinder. They've not been through randomized controlled trials. These are only small studies. We don't know exactly what kind of tumour Ben Williams actually had. He's a N of one. He's only one person, and I'm kind of the mindset, yes, those are all provisos. I think he almost certainly did have a glioblastoma that is in long-term remission. But it's a case of, I think, let people go for stuff, that record what they're taking, and if it works, then after the fact, work out what was it that was working. Don't deny people the chance of taking something. Really good movie. If you ever watched Lorenzo's Oil, movie back in the 80s. Have you seen it?
Wow, long time ago, but I don't really remember.
Oh, it's a great movie. It's about parents who try to create a cure for their son who has this horrible neurodegenerative condition. And they come up against... I watched it fairly recently because it just been on my mind. And this is based... This is what, 30-odd years ago, this movie. Based on a true story. And it shows you all the opposition that they came up against with the doctors saying, no, look, we can't do this. It's not based on a study. We can't try this. Even though they're saying, look, we want to try this. There is some, there's science behind it. We think it's going to work. Let's give it a go. And they're saying, no, it might be dangerous. It might be dangerous. And the same mentality, unfortunately, is around today. That I'm ashamed because I'm of the medical establishment myself, and it's disappointing that there's still this kind of very, very closed-minded. There's a fear almost of being prepared to say, try stuff that's somehow going to endorse crazy alternative therapies. Actually, I'm not saying that at all. So I'd be really interested if listeners had an opinion on this, because, it is kind of controversial. And, myself, there's part of me thinking, actually, am I just sort of, abandoning science and skepticism in favour of sort of a vain hope? On balance, I don't think I am, but I would be interested to see what other people made of it. So, yeah, as I say, there is that documentary, Surviving Terminal Cancer. I think it's survivingterminalcancer.com, and you can watch it. It's about 90 minutes long. It's quite heavy, but it's very interesting if you're remotely interested in these sorts of things, in medical stuff or in cancer.
If you have terminal cancer, anything reasonable that can make you feel like you're in control is probably a good thing psychologically.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'll take the placebo. Thank you very much. I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah.
I guess the real concern, at least from your oncologist, is this going to hinder what we're trying to do already?
Absolutely, yeah. Which is why, I can't, which is why nobody can really endorse it, because these are, say they're untested. They are untested. But when you look, say, for example, the anti-malarial, we know that people who have been taking anti-malarials whilst and been having brain tumour treatments do better than those who aren't taking anti-malarials. So it's not completely blind, but yeah, absolutely, you've got to be really careful about sort of. So yeah, if I was in his shoes, I don't know what I would do. I'd like to think I'd be a little bit more kind of open-minded of, okay, let's discuss these things. Let's keep a record of what you're taking so we can keep a track on what your blood results are doing and everything.
And if he were in your shoes, he may be way more open-minded. Exactly.
When I've come across this opposition, there was one guy who was quite anti. He said, well, if you choose to go against medical advice, then I can't stop you. And I said to him, listen, if you were in my shoes, I think you'd be doing exactly the same thing. And oddly enough, he kind of took that on board. So I think it is true. It's different when the shoe's on the other foot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Stuart, you sound like the old Stuart. You're back to writing. I'm really happy for you that things are going as well as they possibly can, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I think, not bigging myself up, I think that it is going well. I've not suffered with the fatigue from the radiotherapy that people said that I would. I've managed to get on top with the nausea with the chemotherapy. So and I thank you guys for your kind of concern and support. It means a lot, and also the kind of where listeners have sent me kind messages. Although I'm never going to see these people. Hopefully, I'll come across and meet you guys at some point. It's just nice. It gives you a boost, gives you a lift, and it does help. And a lot of it is all in your head. A lot of the battle is in your head. So. Yeah, thank you.
Did you enjoy your gentleman's relish?
I was just going to apologize for the gentleman's relish.
Yeah, it's very, very fishy. Man, it's like, it's like anchovies plus. You've got to have it really, really sparingly, otherwise you're just overwhelmed by fishness. It's nice. I'm really pleased I've got it. It's great. It really did make me smile. I was really touched by it. Thank you.
Oh, it was more of a joke than anything, because I remember when we had you on, we played a game, and you said, I've never tried it.
Yeah.
And so Christina and I were talking, we were like, we have to send him some gentleman's relish.
It was just fun, a fun way to let you know that we were thinking about you and care about you. So
thanks. Thank you. Really, really.
So Stuart, keep us posted as things progress, and
I will
do keep us posted on the book. When do you figure the release will be?
I'm hoping to have it all finished in the next month, all being well, and then we'll be looking for, and it'll take ages to actually get it all together, because it's got to be artworked and made beautiful and go backwards and forwards for various edits and proofing and testing, and sometime in 2020. We're probably looking at the middle of 2020 now, by the way things are going. So next year, we should have some more reading for you guys and for everybody else. So yeah.
great.
Awesome. If you're feeling up to it, let us know, and we'll have you back on the show. I know this is a little bit dicey because of the time. That's why we're doing this during the day, this particular discussion. But if you're feeling up to it and you can stay up late enough, by all means, give us a shout, and we'll have you back on the show with the full crew.
We also have another Dr. Stewart that has some questions for you.
Stuart Robbins,
he's a planetary scientist.
Yeah.
He loves food.
Stu Robbins is a big foodie, and he actually was saying that he would love to interview you. So maybe we can hook that up when you're feeling up to it.
Oh, that'd be great. Two guests together. That'd be
the two stews finally.
Two stews.
That'd be great.
The fifth beetle and the sixth beetle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Stuart, really nice to catch up with you. Do take care and keep in touch.
Likewise. Thank you. Yeah. I was just going to say about the book. Had the sales now from The Science of Cooking we've sold 150,000 just over,
wow,
and about 50,000 of the spice book as well. So really pleased with that. Really
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
Thank you, friends.
Welcome back to the Reality Check, Dr. Stuart Farrimond.
Thanks for having us.
Congrats on your new book. It's called The Science of Living in the UK and elsewhere, but here in North America, it's called Live Your Best Life. It's still a science communication book, of course, but in some ways it's a departure from your previous books. Maybe we can start with you telling us a bit about the book and particularly how it's organized.
Yeah, thanks. Great to be back on, by the way. Nice to speak to you guys again. The book is called The Science of Living, which is the name that I chose, but in North America, they decided to call it Live Your Best Life. So USA and Canada, it's Live Your Best Life, and over here and elsewhere, it's The Science of Living. So yeah, the book is how it's organised. The book is about looking at a particular a typical day in the life of a human on Earth. So it's it's quite a sort of a brave thing to do. The inspiration of the book, it's all about, can we answer those I wonder why questions that you get throughout the day? Because I don't know about you, but there's loads of stuff that you read online and magazines and newspapers that says things like, you need to sleep so many hours a night, or it's good to eat this thing, not good to eat this thing, you should shower at this time in the morning, you should have coffee at this time, or whatever. All this sort of stuff that's out there about how you should live and what's the best thing to do. And you read them and it's all really compelling stuff. But actually a lot of it is just pseudoscience, and it's junk. So-and-so nutritionist in inverted commas says that you should do this, or some psychologist says that men use a different part of their brain to women for such and such a thing. And, as a person with a skeptical and a scientific, logical heart, I actually, can we redress the balance here? Can we answer those questions in a scientific, evidence-based, authoritative, but still fun and pithy and entertaining way? So that was the inspiration of the book, of doing all the things, that as many things as I could possibly imagine. So whenever I saw an article that said one of these things, so you should brush your teeth before or after you have breakfast or something like that, I'd write it down and it'd go in the book. And there's so much stuff that we decided to break it down into morning, afternoon, evening and night, so you can work through the day, and the questions as and when they arise, they would go in that order. So it's it's a nice hook to tie the whole book together.
Right.
The thing I really love about your book, it's almost like a reference book, right? You don't have to dedicate 4 to 5 hours to sit down and read through to get an idea of what you're getting at. You can just literally spend 10, 15 minutes and pick a couple of topics. When you started delving into the research for the book, is there a topic whose conclusion surprised you or that you found especially fascinating?
Yeah, well, one of the privileges of the book, of writing the book, was that I managed to get in touch with lots of different experts, professors, and all people from around the world who are experts in a particular field, because I'm not an expert on sleep, on exercise, on nutrition. I mean, I know a lot about all these different things, but I wouldn't consider myself an expert. And so to give an authoritative answer for each of these, I'd do my own research, and I would, look at the papers as, that you would find on Google Scholar and read as much as I could. But ultimately, there were times when I needed to get an expert on it. And one of the things I found that was fascinating was that when I spoke to the sleep experts as to how utterly important and foundational to any kind of health sleep is, and there's not one physical or mental condition, illness, that is not benefited from improved sleep. Just one bad night's sleep and your body produces fewer cancer-fighting white blood cells. 1 week of bad sleep and there's already indicators that you're starting to develop the first signs of diabetes. And so it's not only that you don't think as well and think as clearly, but your whole body system. The reason why we sleep when we're injured or something is because it's the body's it's the best medicine that there is, and it's completely free, and it's sleep. And if we don't prioritize it, then everything else that we hope to achieve in life, we're basically on a hiding to nothing. So, one chap I was chatting to, Dr. Neil Stanley, who's a sort of a top sleep guy in this country, was making the point that you look at obesity and you look at poor quality sleep, and they have gone up, hand in hand. Although it's a correlation, that if you can't sleep as well, your ability to control your appetite is worse, and so you consume more calories. So there's a good school of thought that actually the obesity epidemic is contributed significantly by terrible sleep habits and people sleeping worse, and the quality of sleep going down. So that I just thought was staggering. And so in the book, we've kind of, I've kind of laid it all out of this is, and it's just staggering when you look at all those things together. So just about how you should prioritize sleep. So that is probably the most profound thing that I found in researching the book.
Speaking of experts that you talked to, I noticed that you spoke with friends of the show, Jim Davies and Kim Hellman.
Yes, yeah, well spotted. Yeah, they were absolutely. I was listening to them. Yes, How did I find them? It was off the back of you guys chatting with them, and I was listening to some of the stuff.
Probably.
Some of the stuff that they were doing, and it tapped into some of the psychological neuroscience sort of stuff where they nicely bridge between the neuroscience and the psychology of it all. So I sort of tapped them up on the stuff about smartphones and how we respond to smartphone and smartphone addictions and things. And they were very good for helping me with that. So yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Stuart, in the spirit of how the book is organized, maybe what we'd like to do is ask you a couple of questions from each section of the book. So first, back in December, we had a question from you for a checker to win a copy of the book. It was won by Lisa Marie, who lives in the East Coast here in Canada. And your question was, if you wake up at 7 a.m., when is the best time to have your first cup of coffee to get the maximum effect of the caffeine? So what's the answer and why?
This is quite a popular one. What's the best time to drink a cup of coffee? And everybody's got their opinion on it. Everybody's got their opinion on, how you would make your own mac and cheese, how you make your cup of tea, how you have your coffee. And this in particular is a hot topic. But if you look at the science, then to have a coffee very first thing in the morning when you first wake up, it's not a good idea. And the reason for that is that the caffeine works by blocking a brain hormone, a neurotransmitter, if you like, that's called adenosine. And this is the substance that actually makes you feel sleepy. And as the day goes on, adenosine slowly builds up. throughout the day. So the evening time, adenosine is at its highest, and so you get sleepy and you want to go to bed. So in the morning, adenosine is at its lowest. So if you have a coffee then, you're blocking this hormone, which is at its lowest, this neurotransmitter, adenosine, when it's at its lowest. So actually, it's the worst time to drink the coffee. And on top of that, when you first wake up, you've got the highest levels. Just after you wake up, you get a surge of the stress hormone, cortisol. And this hormone is what gives you energy. It's what gives you get up and go. It's what gets you out of bed in the morning. So you've got this really high cortisol and you've got this rock bottom adenosine. And so you have the coffee on top of that. And essentially you're blocking the tiny amount of adenosine. And it's not doing very much. You're throwing basically a couple of matches onto a raging bonfire. So ideally, if you just wait, and you know, by doing that, you're increasing your chances of getting jittery, of getting anxious, and starting off the day on the wrong foot, so to speak. So you know, that's what the science would say. And so ideally, if you wait an hour or so, maybe 2 to 3 hours, until adenosine has creeped up a little bit and the cortisol has dropped off, then you're going to get a much better effect from the caffeine. You know, that said, some people will shout to the blue in the face that they've got to have their espresso first thing in the morning because they can't function. And you know, and I think one thing I talk about in the book is that everybody's got their own body clock. Everybody's body clock has got a different sort of, it's different. You know, everybody's is adjusted a little bit different. And so some people will respond to caffeine in a different way. Some people will wake up, will naturally wake up earlier. And so there's lots of different factors. But generally speaking, that's what the science would say, is that you're better off just waiting a little bit. So in the book, I say 2 to 3 hours. So that would be, say, between 10 and 11 o'clock would be a great time to have a coffee. You don't want to push it back too late, because after about 12 o'clock, then there's a danger that a strong coffee could still be lingering in the evening time. So so I thought something about 9 or 10 o'clock is probably a good answer. What did we get?
She said 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, brilliant. Yes.
And she said quite honestly that it was simply a guess, because that's around the time she has her first cup of coffee.
Yeah, well, she's doing well. Good. That's fantastic. So yes, well done, Lisa Marie. That's yes, congratulations.
I'm going to experiment with this next week. As Pat knows, I have a couple of cups of coffee in the morning, and the first one is more of a ritual. So I'm thinking that if I really need one, I'll just have a decaf, and then I'll have my caffeine mid-morning. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. I'll report back.
Thank you. Well, there's some research that suggests actually first thing in the morning, the smell of coffee has an invigorating effect, similar to actually drinking it. So whether that is something itself or it is just the placebo thing. I mean, I know my wife, she wouldn't even talk to me until she's had a coffee first in the morning. So there's no way I'm going to convince her.
Stuart, you were talking about how you were fascinated by learning more about sleep. When Darren covered it on our show, he did a book by Matthew Walker, who's also a leading guy, and his book was called Why We Sleep. And I was surprised, at how much I learned, to your point about how much sleep affects everything in our life. And I'm lucky. I naturally wake up when the daylight hits the window. I don't need an alarm to wake up. The only time I need an alarm is when I have to get up as part of my job to oversee early morning television show appearances by artists I work with. And I'm going to be straight up with you, Stuart. I purposely set my alarm about 20 minutes before I have to get out of bed, and I hit the snooze button twice. So should I be hitting that snooze button at all?
Well, again, you know, everybody's different and everybody will have their own routine and their own ritual. And if I say you must or you mustn't do something, I'm going to get into a lot of trouble. But hitting the snooze button is generally not a good idea, because alarms wake you up in the morning because they're loud and they're harsh, and it taps and essentially giving a bit of terror in the morning to get us out of bed. We've evolved to wake up quickly to loud noises because it means we're in danger, we're under threat. There could be something that's about to harm us. When we're woken up by this loud noise, which is an alarm from your phone or whatever, it's the same sort of primal response. You get a surge of adrenaline, you get the fight or flight response. your emotions, you're on tender hooks. And so that's happening inside of you. So if you're waking up to an alarm, that's, for one thing, that's not ideal, because you've already got the natural cortisol that's there to get you going in the morning. If you add, the fight or flight, the body's emergency responses on top of that, then actually you're going to be making yourself more anxious. And there's research to show that if you repeatedly have stressful wakenings over many years, then it increases the rate at which your arteries will fur up, a process called atherosclerosis, which is basically the furring up of the arteries, and poor heart health by having years of very stressful wakening. So hitting the snooze button means that you drop back off again, and then you suffer the same insult again. And that's that 10 or 15 minutes. And essentially that isn't enough time for you to get any restful sleep. You can't get into the deep, restful stages of sleep in that time. So essentially you're letting yourself drift off again, and then you're shocking yourself back awake again. So it's actually sort of quite a self-defeating thing.
I've always thought that waking up to an alarm was a pretty atrocious thing to have to go through. So why would anyone want to go through it 3 or 4 times?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if it's an emergency, you've got to get out, then I guess you've just got to set an alarm, loud alarms. I think it's better what I try to do is I will set an alarm as a fail-safe. So I'll try and have my day organised, or go to bed at a time so that I wake up with plenty of time for what I've got to do, and it's easier in sort of lockdown world because we've got more control over our schedule. But set the alarm as a fail-safe. So if you do sleep in for whatever reason, then you're not going to miss your appointment or whatever it is. But there are other tips that you can use to avoid having to use the alarm. And it's really interesting, Christina, that you say about you wake up when the sun hits your window, and that's because our body clock, which is controlled by this tiny little bundle of nerves, which is at the bottom of our brain and sort of in line with our eyes. It's called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. It's a tiny pinhead-sized little bit of the brain that is basically the orchestrator of your overall body clock, which tells you when you wake, when you sleep, your energy levels, and that receives inputs from the back of the eye. And in the back of the eye, there are cells designed just to pick up a particular frequency of light that kind of comes. It's a blue frequency of light that you get from sunlight, and so when your eyes are closed, it's still kind of detecting the light through your closed eyelids, and so as the sun rises in the morning, it's detecting that change in ambient light, and then it primes your body clock for now is the time to wake up. So that's why that's happening. So you can trick that by getting some lamps in your room, and you can get particular daylight lamps that emit light frequencies similar to that from the sun and from the outside, and you can get a plug, and you can time it so that it will come on half an hour before your alarm would come on, and that will help. So you'll probably wake up naturally. Failing that, if you put your central heating on half an hour before you're due to wake up, that temperature as well as light will tell the body clock it's dawn now, it's daytime. It's sort of replicating the warming of the earth from the sun rising. So if you do that, that's a very good way to get yourself out of bed in the morning. Set the thermostat to come on at the time that you need to get out of bed.
So, Stuart, you mentioned anxiety, and that's a thing that hits home for me. And you have a couple of sections in your book that I wanted to ask you about. Is there a quick way for me to calm my nerves, and how can I manage worrying thoughts?
Now, I guess this was one of the other things that kind of came out of the book. So one of the things was that it dawns on you that you have less control over what your body does than what you think. So our body clock actually is calling the shots on a lot of things in our life. But conversely, we have a lot more control over our emotions and our thought life than we actually think that we do. So I kind of make the point in the book is that emotions aren't these, isn't like weather that rolls in from the sea and we have no control over. Actually, emotions and worries and these things are actually birthed within us. And a lot of it comes from sensations within our body itself. So you've probably heard of experiments where they've injected students with with adrenaline, and then they've asked them to look at something, an image or a film or something, and then they've asked them, how angry do you feel, or what emotion would you describe? And when they've had the adrenaline and they've assessed that fight or flight response, they say that they feel angry, much more angrier than those who haven't. And that's a really crude demonstration of how our body interprets our brain interprets what our body is doing to into emotions and our sort of our thought life, if you like. And you can sort of not sabotage it, but you can manipulate what your body is doing to help calm yourself down. So your body will sense the tension in your muscles, the rate of your heart, your blood pressure, the sort of the internal state of your organs. There's like an inward looking eye. There's a part your brain is constantly surveying the internal state of your body. It's called interoception. You can think of it like it's another sense that we never talk about. And from this vague idea of your internal state, it sort of creates: am I feeling pleasant? Am I feeling unpleasant? Am I feeling stimulated? Am I feeling relaxed? And from those four kind of hues of your internal state, your mind will then overlay that of what is going on around me, and it will sort of convert that into an emotional what we would call an emotion. Anger, fear, the whole kind of plethora of the spectrum of emotions is created out of the germinated from what's happening in our body. So you can't control your heart rate, you can't control your blood pressure, but you control your breathing. And so by controlling your breathing, by breathing more slowly, so breathe in for 4 seconds, breathe out for 4 seconds, then that's a signal to your brain that actually there is an emergency. My body is not under threat. I don't need to get anxious about this. That's so you can send your brain those messages, and that's one way to do it. The other thing to do is to practice calming thoughts. So you can, when you're in a calm, let's say, for example, you get really anxious at public speaking, or there's something that you're going to be worried about, you can rehearse being calm, deep breathing, letting your muscles relax, just being in a very calm state, positive thoughts, saying something about, I really love myself, I can do this, whatever it is that works for you. And you can rehearse that before the time. And one thing that some sort of counselors and psychologists suggest is some kind of almost a little ritual, like a tapping or something, like a tapping on your wrist or something. So you're rehearsing this.
Interesting.
You're rehearsing this thought process, this calm state, the opposite of the fight or flight. This what we'd call a parasympathetic bodily response. And by linking that in with a behavior, say a tapping or a clicking or something like that, then when you get into that tense situation, you're going to go up on stage, you're going to take the exam, you've got the driving lesson or whatever it is, you can just take a moment, you can do that little rehearsed routine, and then you can put yourself into that state of mind. In terms of quick way to managing your nerves and managing your worrying thoughts, there you go.
One thing that resonated with me, and this is why I chose it to talk to you about, is the part that talks about your gut instinct. I'm a firm believer in trusting my gut. And one thing that really bugs me about saying you trust your gut, though, is that some people think it's some sort of mystical sixth sense thing where I just believe it's my brain processing a bunch of stuff that's happened to me in the past or that I've learned, and it's spitting out a warning beacon. So after reading this part of your book, I realized it's not so simple. So perhaps you could get into that for me, Stuart.
Yeah, sure. It's it's neither one nor the other, really. So there is quite a lot of mythology and sort of pseudoscience about gut instincts, and you see it all the time. You've got sort of CEOs and all this, and we have a program over here called Dragon's Den. I think it's called Shark's Den over there. And you've got you've got these high flyers and say, always trust my gut instinct. It's how I've been so successful all my life. And you go, really?
the skeptical side of you says, are you serious? You knew how to do that based on your gut. But there's been actually quite a lot of research into the gut instinct, what's going on. And what you're describing an emotional memory. These are memories that have been embedded through experience, through powerful emotional experiences that are being conjured up. And yet you may not be able to recall the actual specific, but you've got a sort of a sense of something. And there may be something in the environment, something in that situation that invokes this emotional feeling, this emotional memory. So what you're describing is an emotional memory, but typically it's not really easily hooked onto something. You're not sure where it's come from, but these emotional memories, these gut instincts can be very powerful, but only in limited situations. So, there's some fantastic stories of firefighters who didn't know what was going wrong, and they had this gut instinct that the house was going to fall down from a fire, and they didn't know why, and they ordered everybody out of the house. And then moments later, the house kind of exploded, and little did they know what it was that he sensed, and it was because he was in the room and the floor was hot, and that would be very unusual in the situation of the house fire. And yet he wouldn't have been able to say, we'd have got it out of here, the floor is warm, that means that there's a fire underneath us that we don't know about. He just felt that it wasn't right, and that triggered these emotional memories. It just causes an unsettling in him. So that made him go, this isn't right. It stirred that fear response in him. And without being able to describe what it was that caused it, his gut was to say, let's get out of here. This isn't right. And so in those situations, we can rely on our emotions, but they're only in situations that are very specific situations. And these are situations that have clear boundaries and clear limits to it, by which I mean a game of chess, for example. There's only a limited number of outcomes that can happen. Yes, there's infinite number of games you can play, but there are limits. Flying a plane, you're a pilot, let's say, for example, that is a limited situation. So these are situations that are predictable, they're repeatable, that actually your gut, you can trust your gut instinct on these, providing you've had enough experience. So you've had years of experience as a pilot, years of experience as even as a computer hacker, for example, something like that, as a pilot, as a firefighter, in these specific situations. You can rely on your gut for that. But for situations that are broader than that, and for which that isn't predictable, so the stock market, for example, isn't predictable at all, and yet people think they can rely on their gut instincts, and they can't. You can't do it. And often sort of business situations, you can be an expert at one particular field of industry. I don't know, maybe it is sort of clothes retail or something. And then you can be hired to go to another industry, I don't know, like real estate or something. And people can think, oh, this person's going to be fantastic. And they say, oh, I'm a great business leader. I trust my gut instincts. I make all these great decisions. But their gut instincts were honed in the fires of their retail, and not in this new situation for which the rules of which they've learnt don't apply. So, I mean, in the book I put in, it's sort of like a flowchart I put in there. Is the situation predictable?
Yes, that graphic is great, Stuart.
That graphic.
Yeah.
If it's not, then don't trust your gut instinct. If it is, then ask yourself, do I have the experience to be able to trust my gut instinct? And if not, then you go and find somebody with more experience than you. And then also the question, do I have enough information of what's going on here? And if not, then you need to go and find out more information, more background to it. And if you can answer yes to all those things, then yes, you can trust your gut instincts. Outside of that, be careful.
Okay, Stuart. So Pat's handing the reins over to me for the evening portion, because you have a couple of things, well, you have lots of stuff in it that is fascinating to me. But in particular, this is something that I think about and struggle and have tried to research and haven't really gotten a really good sense of what the science is. And that is what and when should I eat before exercise and when should I eat after. And in fact, a lot of fitness related stuff, even though this is one of the most covered topics, it really doesn't have the scientific rigor behind it. So I struggle with this, the best time to work out around meals. So I'm hoping you can help me out.
Yeah, exercise, nutrition, put the two together, nutrition and exercise together. It's sort of, you want to look for pseudoscience, you want to look for, faulty thinking, then you just search online, and it's very hard. It's very hard. And I think you just got to look at it very simply in terms of eating before exercise. Essentially, if you're going to do any significant exercise, you want to have fuel on board. And so, you should eat before you exercise, any kind of, serious exercise. You wouldn't go on a long car drive without putting fuel in the tank. So in the same way, you should eat beforehand, taking account of the fact that it takes time for food to be digested and for its nutrients to be extracted, for them to be assimilated into your body. So a good sort of rule of thumb is have a meal, a sort of a proper full meal, no sooner than 3 hours before you exercise, because it takes that long for your body to digest and process a whole meal. And any later than that, and then the problem is that you're still digesting the food. There's still food sitting in your stomach and in your intestines that your body's working at digesting, and that isn't conducive to good performance.
That is longer than I thought when I read
it. It is. It's surprising, isn't it? Yeah, it is surprising. Yeah. So you kind of, absolutely. So absolutely. So when people say, oh, I had a steak just before I went and had my football game and I played the best game ever, then actually the steak probably didn't do it, because the steak was still only partially digested sitting in your intestines. So right. Yeah, absolutely. It's surprising. And then up to 2 hours before, you could have like a small meal, or a large-ish snack, and then up to an hour before, small snacks, and then within the hour before you start the exercise, just go for small things, because easy digestible things. I mean, so you've got kind of like, you can have energy bars, and sweets or pieces of fruit or something like that, or I recommend up to like it now before maybe some yogurt or something like that. Because I tend to think it's better to go with sort of more whole foods, unprocessed foods, rather than I know if you're a real sort of super athlete and you focus on performance, then having the sort of the glucose gels or whatever it is can help give you that fuel at the time. So fueling before is important. If you're going to do long endurance exercise, then possibly 45 minutes to an hour into the exercise, depending, or maybe 90 minutes, depending on the intensity of your exercise. At that point, the sugar stores called glycogen, which is the longer term sugar stores, which are stored in your muscle and in your liver, they will have pretty much started to get down to the bottom of their tanks. And so before then, you need to start topping up your glycogen. Glycogen is another word, is animal starch. So it's starch that your body keeps on board. And before those tanks run too low, you need to keep topping up. So, maybe 45 minutes, an hour into your long run or something, have something like some sweets, a little piece of chocolate or an energy, something, gel or something like that, as you go, to keep yourself topped up. Because if those fuel tanks run completely dry, then basically you hit the wall. I don't know if you're familiar with that phrase, or cyclists call it bonking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, the cyclists call it, and essentially you've run out of there's no fuel left in the tank. Your legs will go shaky. You may well pass out. You might, be sick, might vomit, but that's hitting the wall. It's very, very unpleasant, and potentially it's very dangerous. So you want to avoid that at all costs, because if you get to that point, then you've just got to stop. No matter how hard you try and push, there's nothing left. So you need to make sure that you don't hit that point. So that's why eating before is really important, so you never get near that point. In terms of eating Now, again, this whole kind of exercise and nutrition thing is still very confusing. For many of the questions that you're asking, I got in touch with I've had a professor who's kind of top in all sort of sports nutrition and physiology and stuff at a local university, and spent a good time chatting with him. And he explained that there's different. You can, if you want to really, be all that you can be. So sort of athletes, what they can do is they do this. They do a regime of cutting the amount of carbohydrates that you eat in the week or two before, whilst continuing to train as you would do normally. And what you're doing is you're training yourself to work, to basically training your muscles to be able to cope with running essentially on empty. So it'll be very uncomfortable for the week for a couple of weeks before. Don't trust me on the timings, just off the top of my head. But in the book, he explained to me, and I just put it down. And it's something that, if you're really serious, you can consider probably best doing it under sort of personal trainer advice. And then a day or two before, you start to do that whole carb loading thing. So you start pulling the carbohydrates back in, such as your starches, your breads, your potatoes. Then essentially, because you've starved your fuel tanks, your glycogen fuel tanks, which are in your muscles and in your liver, they're just desperate for starches to come into the body, for sugars to be eaten, so that they can convert it into your body's animal starch, into your body's glycogen. And so it's desperate. So when you eat at that point of having starved yourself, you actually superload your stores with more glycogen than would normally be possible. And so when you actually exercise, you'll actually be able to go for longer and be able to be a bit stronger than you would be otherwise. It's quite a lot of palaver, but that's the sort of the science behind how you can game your body, how you can game the system, so that you could get that a little bit more out of your performance.
Mm-hmm. I've read a lot of differing information about when you should eat after, specifically, even more so than what and when you should eat before exercise.
Yeah, afterwards. And so the big thing is protein, and people are always talking about protein. And the whole thing, you've got to have your protein within half an hour after finishing your workout and all this stuff. And all things being equal, in reality, you've got about a 6-hour window after exercise when your muscles are very receptive to what you feed them. So at that time, in the 6 hours afterwards, that's when you really want to be sort of having a decent meal. In terms of straight afterwards, it doesn't really matter. And actually, because generally speaking, most protein foods take about 90 minutes to be digested and absorbed into the bloodstream anyway. I mean, there may be some sort of highly refined protein shakes and things that are absorbed a bit faster, but the message is that it takes time for the protein to get into your body. So fretting about whether it's been 20 or 30 minutes after exercise, or you're having the shake or not, basically don't worry, chill out about it. There is more time sensitive if you want to refresh your muscles with the glycogen again after exercise. And for that, if you wanted to top those stores back up again, then you want to really do it in the hour or two after. So have good carbs, if you like, after exercise. That said, that's only really needed if you're going to exercise later in the day. Because if you're not going to exercise later in the day, then you'll just be top. It doesn't matter. Eat in the evening, and your fuel supply will be top. So if you're doing a lot of exercise, let's say you've got a sports match in the morning, and then you've got one in the afternoon, then when you've depleted all your fuel reserves in the morning, make sure you eat well for the afternoon. But if you just got one run in a day, don't worry about it, because your body will refresh itself later in the evening.
So, Stuart, I want to ask one other question from the evening thing before we move into night. And you asked, is hugging good? And in the context of COVID, that seems like a really good question, because we can't do very much of it.
No, I know. I think we're all missing physical touch. Yeah. Hugging, yes, very important for health. Absolutely. Yeah. And a good correlation, especially with children, with the amount of physical touch they get and brain development. But yeah, when we hug another person, the physical contact, the touching, stimulates a release of a a brain hormone called oxytocin, a neurotransmitter called oxytocin. It's also called the cuddle hormone. And this essentially powers down the thinking, rational parts of our brain and heightens the emotional, empathetic parts of our brain. And it helps us bond, helps us have affection for each other. It creates bonding, and and a similar thing happens with children and their parents. Is that touch is important. It also improves mood, and your whole sort of internal body chemistry is improved through physical touch. So, for example, your blood pressure is lowered. On a more global sort of scale, then actually people who hug more will tend to be happier. They'll tend to be healthier. So yes, hugging is really important, and it's important for physical health and physical well-being. Interestingly, you can get the same benefits, some similar benefits from hugging with petting animals. It's not as big, but you can get a similar. There are definite benefits from pets, and if your pet is a pet that you can hug, then absolutely. Although hugging strangers has the reverse effect. Sometimes people say, I'm going to go and hug strangers. I'm going to make people happy. But generally speaking, when you when you look at it, actually, if you're not comfortable with that person, then it causes the opposite. It causes your adrenaline to go up. It causes your cortisol to go up, because this is something I don't feel comfortable with. So don't go up into the street and hug somebody randomly because you think it's going to make them happier, because actually it has the reverse effect. So hugging is, because essentially every animal in the animal kingdom, maybe I wouldn't be absolutely every animal, but pretty much physical embrace is pretty universal in the animal kingdom. It's about showing safety, security. It's done between parents and their children. It's done between siblings. It's a universal sort of safety sort of signal, and it triggers those calming, those safe, those relaxed brain circuits in us, and the whole physiology in a healthier state. So hugging, physical touch, crucially important. And so I think everybody's going to be a lot happier when we can start holding hands and hugging again.
I know there's a couple of friends in our circle that we joke that they're just such good huggers. We just love giving them hugs. And when I was thinking about it after reading your book, and you mentioned a good 20 seconds before these are people that really give you a hug. They hold you. And it's obviously people I feel comfortable around. But I wonder if that has something to do with it, that I feel like they're a better hugger because they're hugging me longer. So I'm getting that effect in my brain.
Yeah, I did mention that. There is some research to show that a longer hug, so 20 seconds, gives a more of a beneficial boost. And I think that is largely about that. If you're going to have a 20-second hug, then that indicates a certain degree of trust and intimacy with that person.
Right. Yeah.
That you're not going to do that with a stranger. So and it does. And if you've ever just hugged somebody for a long time, provided it's not uncomfortable and you have a degree of affection to that person, it's a really reassuring, calming thing to do. It's a lovely thing. So yeah, absolutely, yes. And the other thing is you're sharing pheromones. So pheromones are these
are these awesome doctors that write books that come on your show? Is that what you're going to say?
Well, pheromones. Pheromones are these they're substances, they're kind of chemicals that transmit information between animals, and we believe that there are pheromones between humans that communicate things. So a dog will know when another dog is on heat from the pheromones that they're giving off, these things that are there that can be sensed. And there's a little organ inside our nose, inside the wall of our nasal cavity that detects these pheromones. And it's a little bit difficult with humans because we've never been able to nail one chemical specifically that is a pheromone, but we kind of know that they exist. So there's one fascinating study where they got women to cry watching emotional movies. Had got to cry, and they caught their tears in little kind of test tube receptacles, and then they got men to sniff the tears at a later point and measure their emotional response to it. And you found out that when a man was smelling the tears, so by implication the pheromones from that woman who'd been upset and distressed, he had a lowering of testosterone and an increase of empathy and presumably an increase of oxytocin in him. So it's that affection. Yeah, so actually you can be communicating your emotional state through pheromones that you're unaware of. So that fact of holding embrace is quite possibly a way in which we're enabling that unseen, transference of emotions and feelings.
Okay, so I guess it's time to get into the night section of your book. And I have a question that Pat looked at me and said, why are you asking that? Where no one's flying anywhere right now. But my son and I had planned to fly to Paris. We had a really nice vacation planned around the week of Mother's Day. So I was already doing some research into how to mitigate jet lag because we were booked on a late night flight, which I like to do if I'm going abroad like that. And the last time I flew to Paris, I arrived in the morning. I stayed up until nighttime, which seemed to help a little bit, but I wanted to know from you, in the spirit of optimism, flying again, what is the best way to deal with jet lag?
The best way to deal with jet lag is to prepare yourself beforehand and have a plan for what you're going to do. And I just find it weird that jet lag didn't exist before we had air flight. I just think that's really strange, isn't it? You kind of think jet lag's such a thing that we're so familiar with, but before we had planes, we didn't get it because, you couldn't move to somewhere fast enough to make your body clock go out of sync with the sun. Because that's essentially what's happening is your body clock hasn't yet entrained itself to the new cycle of the day. So you think it's much harder going east than it is going west. So for you going to Paris is much harder than for you going to Australia, for example. So I would find it easier to fly to New York than it would be for me to fly to Sydney. I'm in the UK, obviously, for people who weren't immediately aware of that. And that is because if you're going east, then actually the day you're getting towards the end of the day faster, and it's more difficult to make yourself go to sleep before you're tired than it is going the other way to make yourself stay up for longer.
Interesting.
So yes, if you go, that's why going one way is easier than the other way. But in terms of being able to combat it, I mean, for one thing, it's just grim. There's no way around, really. You can't shift your body clock more than about an hour a day, one way or the other. So you've got to bear in mind that you just got to give yourself time to do it. So if you've moved sort of 4 hours, then you're not going to be properly over it for 4 days, unfortunately. But there's things that you can do to accelerate that. So when you get into the plane, start having your meals in the same time that you would be having in your destination, because as well as sunlight and temperature, your meals also tell your body clock what time of day it is. So if you do that from the off, then already you're telling your body, okay, this is evening meal time. This is breakfast time. So in doing that, the other thing is avoid alcohol and caffeine on board.
I don't like that one, Stuart. I don't like that one.
No, I'm sorry. But in terms of sleep, then yes, avoid them, because that will just screw up your whole ability to sleep sensibly. So avoid those. And when you get there, if it's in the evening time when you get there, put some sunglasses on and try to stay out of the sunlight to train your mind to actually, this is evening time. So especially if you're going east, for example, and you're going to find it very hard to go to bed early, then put some shades on in the evening time, and in the morning get out, get loads of sunlight in the morning as soon as you can. As soon as you get there, eat at the regular times, have breakfast when you should have breakfast, have the evening meal or the evening meal. And so try to amplify as much as you can the natural signals to your body clock. So get as much light in the morning, put shades on in the afternoons. So you're telling the suprachiasmatic nucleus, that little sort of bundle of cells that is the orchestrator of your body clock that's picking up the signals of light, that, you know, this is morning, this is really bright, this is evening, this is dark. And that can help speed up your transition from one time zone into another.
So there's no way to beat jet lag. It's just kind of, you can fool your body into making it a little bit better.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You just got to take time for it to slide. There's no way to beat it. You can do those things to help speed it, but you've just got to be kind of kind with yourself. You can't, yeah.
So, Stuart, in the book, I found a new name for something I often suffer from, and you call it sleep jerks.
Yes.
What is it, and why do I get them?
Or they're also called hypnagogic jerks or hypnic jerks. Okay. Yes, they're hypnagogic jerks or sleep jerks. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? You're going to bed, you're nodding off, then all of a sudden you sort of jolt awake. It's like you've been hit by lightning or something. Or that you often have this sensation of falling. Like, do you get that?
Mm-hmm. I've had that, but
yeah, really
Pat
weird,
gets
isn't
it more than me.
So for me, it's a frightening experience.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah.
Why we get them, we're not entirely sure. One theory. So what's going on in the brain when you're falling asleep? There's two parts of your brain that are warring against one another when you're going to sleep. One is called the reticular activating system. That's a structure in the base of the brain, like a network of fibers. And this is the thing that makes you awake. It makes you conscious. So that's constantly ticking away, making you stay awake. And against that, you've got another part of the brain, which is sort of the part of the brain that's sending you to sleep, called the VPLO. And that's sending out sleep-inducing neurotransmitters. And you can kind of think of it, there's a war going on between the two. And ultimately, because you've got adenosine, that sleep hormone, sleepy hormone, flooding around your brain, you're going to fall asleep. But every now and then, the other part of it, the reticular activating system, lands a blow, if you like. Then all of a sudden, it shocks your, if you can imagine, I kind of analogize it to being like a wrestling match between two. And then, eventually the sleepy one is going to win. But occasionally the drive to wake up will sort of break through, and you'll have this jump awake. That's what's going on in the brain. The theory, the one idea, evolutionary theory behind it is that it kind of developed an evolved response from when we were living in trees. And as a response to, if our muscles are relaxing too much, then it jolts us awake as if we're going to fall out of the tree. And hence it accompanies that sense of falling. It's almost the fear of, oh my gosh, am I falling out of my tree? I better jolt myself up awake. That's a theory. I mean, it's completely unproven, but I like it. It's kind of quite nice. It's nice to think that perhaps this is just my survival instinct, so I don't fall out of my tree.
It is pretty scary when you literally feel like you were falling, and all of a sudden you're just like, ah! So it's not a fun thing to go through.
No.
So, Stuart, we could not let you go without asking you a food question. And this question comes from Space Stew, Dr. Stuart Robbins, the astronomer. He wrote in and said, something that might make a good question to answer the next time you have Stuart, meaning you, on. Why does freezing break homogenization in dairy? He goes on to say, so early in the quarantine, he stocked up on heavy cream and just figured he'd freeze it and take it out when he wanted to make ice cream. But he found after about a month or so in the deep freeze, when he took it out, it was completely separated. No amount of shaking really homogenized it again. Even though at a distance it looked better, there were still small globs of fat that were cohesive within the solution. He says his hypothesis was that somehow the freezing process, quote unquote, broke the homogenization, but I've never heard of that and couldn't think of a great reason why. So maybe you can let Space Stew know what's going on here?
Yeah, he's completely on the right track. Yes, he's right. So the freezing is breaking the homogenization. I mean, it's not a term I've ever used before, but homogenization is essentially breaking down big blobs of fat into small ones. So in milk, you've got these little sort of sort of organized blobs of fat that are floating around. And given time, you let milk rest and they will aggregate together, and so cream rises to the top. So to prevent that, what milk producers do, they put them through a homogenizer, and that's basically squirting milk through a very fine hose, and you're basically blasting apart all the little globules of fat into tiny little globules of fat. So you're dispersing them so that they're much smaller. So you freeze it, and essentially you're laying all that hard work that you put in breaking up those little blobs of fat into microscopic blobs of fat. The water freezes to ice. The fat is left on its own, and the fat sticks back together again. So all those little blobs have now become big blobs again. And so then when you then defrost it, when you thaw it, then it's you're not going to. It's just the cream's going to be sort of randomly separated amongst it. And you can stir it, and unless you put it through a homogenizer machine again, then you're not going to get it back to how it was. It'll probably taste fine, but it won't look the same. So he's absolutely right. Yeah. Interestingly, that I was looking this up and I was Googling. I was like, is there a good picture for this to sort of, am I right about this? And I Googled and I wrote an answer to this question in 2010 on my blog. Believe it or not.
Cool.
I Googled it and I saw I answered this question in 2010. Isn't that strange?
You Googled yourself.
I Googled myself. I Googled it and I found my own answers. I forgot actually writing this.
I wonder if a smart bloke ever answered this online before. Let me take a Goog.
Yeah, I was just like, because I don't do my blog very often anymore, and so most of it is really out of date. And I just sort of like, oh right, I've done this already. So yeah.
Well, maybe you need a Live Your Best Life podcast. I don't know, just dropping it there.
It's true. The guy who I did the audiobook with, I mean, he loved it all. And he said, I really love listening to it in the car. And because I find that if you were to, the book is a very sort of bite-sized thing. Just you wouldn't read it all in one go. And the same thing, you wouldn't listen to the audiobook in one go, because you listen to about 3 or 4 and then you're like, oh, brain can't take any more in. But he said, individual ones, there's 219 answers in there. There's 219 pre-made podcast episodes. So we're considering it.
Cool.
To actually consider it. Yeah, and it could be really interesting to, have, as I was talking about, different experts that I've had on, to actually have them in, to sort of have interviews with them, and so we can talk around an individual point and discuss the latest research and stuff.
I would subscribe to that, Stuart. I would subscribe to that.
We covered 8 things that are in your book, and this is going to be the most epic lengthwise TRC that's come out in years. So
I don't know if you want to put it all in one, because it's going to be a bit of a mammoth one, isn't it?
No, it's all going out in one. I'm not big about breaking up interviews anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Stuart, this was awesome. Thank you so much for your time. We're sending you an over 20-second virtual hug.
Nice one. I appreciate that embrace, and I reciprocate it back to you.
All right.
For show notes or to discuss this episode, visit our Facebook page and website at trcpodcast.com. For general inquiries or to send a topic or parody suggestion, email info@trcpodcast.com. Help support the show by leaving a review on iTunes and liking us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter @TRC_podcast.